Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Authorities are saying they're one step closer to identifying the human remains discovered October 10th near a national park site in rural western Nebraska as those of missing Moorcroft man Chance Engelbert. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports Engelbert's family was able to identify several unnamed items found near the remains as belonging to him.
The Scottsbluff County Attorney's Office put out a statement today saying that they can't positively identify that it is Chance Engelbert. However, there were items found near his body that the family have identified as his. The next step is the remains will be sent to the Douglas County Coroner's Office in Omaha. They will then do the next steps in determining whether or not it is actually Chance Engelbert, and that will be done through DNA and dental records. And they'll also be determining the cause of death.
According to a media release, the Douglas County Coroner's Office in Omaha is assisting Gering Police in Nebraska with the forensic examination of the remains, including a forensic pathologist and scientists from the University of Nebraska. U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman on Wednesday announced she's urging the federal government to delist transgender treatments from Affordable Care Act coverage. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Representative Hageman joined 35 of her GOP colleagues in Congress in signing the letter that was sent to the head of the IRS.
They made some very strongly worded statements in their push to the Treasury Secretary, saying things like, we're seeing this rise in mental illness. There's been recent mass shootings by transgender people. Charlie Kirk's alleged killer was associated with a trans person. And so they were pointing to what they're calling a mental health crisis.
Sarah Burlingame, the leader of Wyoming's top LGBTQ advocacy group, told Cowboy State Daily that the letter weaponizes and Charlie Kirk's killing for political ends and thrusts divisive language onto Wyomingites as a whole. A recent ruling that says Wyoming's Rocky Mountain Power customers owe the utility $23.5 million didn't sit well with both the Wyoming Industrial Electric Consumers and the Wyoming Public Service Commission. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports both entities are appealing the ruling, but there will be strict parameters.
They're going to be restricted to only the arguments that were on the table at the time the case was decided. They're not going to be able to introduce any new evidence here. The court's going to look at it and decide whether there were any mistakes made on the part of the judge, or if for some reason new information does affect the case, the likely outcome there is the case goes back to the court for new consideration.
Now, as far as the more than $23 million owed to Rocky Mountain Power, no party will say how and when that amount would be paid to the utility. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Here in Wyoming, we look out for each other. For 80 years, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming has done just that. Through changing times and big moments, we are still your biggest champion. We make sure our friends and neighbors have health insurance that fits their lives. Changes are happening, so when it comes time to enroll, we'll be here. With local solutions, local people, and local care. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Let's make a plan together. Learn more at wyomingblue.com.
Green River leaders say they're ecstatic that the westbound interstate tunnel that was closed by a deadly 26-vehicle pileup in February is scheduled to reopen by late November. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the town is ready for the tunnel to reopen so the town can get their Main Street back.
For a few days after the devastating collision in the tunnel, they had traffic going through Green River while they set up the eastbound tunnel for two-way traffic. They're going to have eastbound traffic going through the town while they pull that two-way division out of the eastbound tunnel. But they're ready for it, and they're ecstatic to have their tunnels back.
3 people died in the fiery February 14th crash that prompted a $16 million rebuild. A new home in Casper isn't quite ready for an iconic 21-foot tumble-in cowboy statue that stood for years in Powder River. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports the debut is a bit delayed.
I talked to both the person that's doing the restoring of the neon lights and the man that's basically in charge of all the restoration, and they just said life has happened to them and they haven't been able to complete the project.
The one-of-a-kind neon statue will reside in downtown Casper outside the Yellowstone Garage and Bullhorn Brewery at the corner of West Yellowstone Highway and South Elm Street. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days. They haven't drank anything. They're cold. They're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
You know, the country has been in prolonged drought for so long. It was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
Okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
It's a finally Friday edition to the Cowboy State Daily Show. Here are the stories we're following today. We're almost 100% certain the body, the remains, human remains found in Gearing, Nebraska, are those of the missing Moorcroft man, then 25-year-old Chance Engelbert, who disappeared 6 years ago. Jen Coker is on it. Congresswoman Harriet Hageman urges that Wyoming LGBTQ and transgender surgeries are pulled from the Affordable Care Act. American taxpayers should not be asked to pay for these procedures, said Congresswoman Hageman. And she points to Charlie Kirk incident, his assassination, and the fact that a lot of transgender violence in the news. Green River tunnels on Interstate 80 getting ready to open here before the end of the year and before winter hits. That's good news. The tumble-in sign, everybody asks about the cowboy and the tumble-in sign. He's pointing, get your sizzling steaks here. Well, the sizzling steaks are long gone, but the sign restored by John Huff is almost ready for unveiling. Maybe not by the end of the year. That's what we thought, but might have to wait a little longer. That's okay. It's just going to make it even more exciting. These stories and many more coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show here on a finally Friday edition. Let's take a look at your day weather forecast. Don just texted me, said he's not going to be able to pop in today, so we're on our own. With weather, here's what he's left us. Mostly sunny, windy in Casper today. Highs 58. Sunny and 61 in Riverton. A nice rebound day out of the rain yesterday. Patchy fog in Evanston to start, but you'll have a sunny afternoon. Coolish with highs 48. Green River 53. Sunny and breezy. Pinedale mostly sunny, breezy 50 today. Alpine, you should top out around 53 with partly sunny skies in the afternoon. Little patchy fog in the morning, though. DuBois, mostly sunny and breezy, 51. Jackson, sunny, highs 51 as well. Thermopolis, some fog in the morning, probably before 9. Otherwise, mostly sunny afternoon, highs 60. Cody, you'll be sunny and breezy with highs near 60. Buffalo, mostly sunny, highs in the upper 50s. Fog in the morning for Sheridan. Sunny and 63 in the afternoon. Sunny, 59 in Gillette. Newcastle, gradually sunny skies with highs 59. Torrington, the hot spot, 66. Sunny and breezy today. High wind warning in Wheatland until about 3 in the afternoon. Sunny, 61, but you better hang on to your hat. in Wheatland. Going to be breezy as well in KC. That forecast for Rob. 60, sunny, breezy, KC. Sunny and breezy in Cheyenne with highs around 60. Sunny, breezy in Laramie, 52. Rawlins, sunny, windy, 49. So that wind blowing today, and that would be an indication that the system that brought us cold and wet the last couple of days is moving out, at least for a little while, as Don Day has pointed out all week this week, that we're in one of those patterns that just can't be reliable. You can't lock down for any amount of time on any one weather system because there's one and then another pulse, and it's one. Just, mixed bag, but today looks pretty good. And I kind of like the weekend as well for the state of Wyoming. I think we're doing all right today. Special guests, we got a few, including one guy I can't wait to talk to. The last time I saw this young man, he was wearing a football helmet for the Jackson Bronx, and he was their quarterback. And that was a little while ago, not that terribly long ago. In fact, I'll ask him how long he feels it was ago. He was just on the high school football team. Then he joined the National Guard and was deployed overseas in the Middle East. Then he got married, and now he's founded a company that is revolutionary, DISA. And what they're doing in separating uranium from dust and rocks and stuff, it's really innovative, first and only of its kind, and it's Casper-based. It's Wyoming-based. And it's exciting news. His company has grown wildly, and they've just started now to sell their product. I don't even know. It's like a pressure washer for rare earth minerals. And they just sold one, I think, to some outfit in Michigan. I'm so excited. This kid is on a trajectory here. He's not a kid anymore. He wasn't the last time I saw him. He kind of was. But Grayson Buckingham will be on the show later. And that should be exciting. We'll also have the Candyman himself, Mike Stepp. If you've ever been in the Casper area, you know the candy shop, the chocolate shop, Donnell's Chocolates in Casper. Family tradition. Dad started it. Mike continues it. Mike's got kids and grandkids now. We're looking for four generations of Donnell's Chocolates in Casper. And I know you know of it. If you've been in the Casper area, you can also buy the product online. That should be fun. Chatting with him. We'll talk to our still relatively new news guy, Mac Watson, and your buddy Bags will be on the show. He's got a great show cooked up for you tomorrow. Cowboy State Daily Saturday edition. All that coming up today. You don't want to miss any of that, do you? You don't want to step out of the circle of trust. Jen Coker, who was with us on Tuesdays and Thursdays, talked about this. This has been the story of the week. Maybe resolution to a missing persons case. It certainly looks like that. I think we've at least solved one mystery. Now it leaves more, but the belongings, the human remains found in Geary, Nebraska, are likely those of the Moorcroft man who went missing, Chance Engelbert. This was years ago, 2020, 2019, 6 years ago. Yeah, 2019. Here's what happened if you're just coming to the story. Chance Engelbert was reported missing 6 years ago. He was 25 years old at the time, married, with kid. I think maybe more than one kid. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, they had an infant son. His wife is Bailey. Chance and Bailey and their infant son were visiting her family in Gearing, Nebraska over the 4th of July weekend. Chance went golfing with the in-laws and got in an argument, as we can only do with in-laws, right? He spent the day golfing with in-laws. An argument ensued, and Chance got so mad he called his wife Bailey. Said, "Come and pick me up. I'm throwing my clubs down. I've had it with your brothers," or who, I don't know who the in-laws were. They argued a little bit, but she did come and pick him up. Returned to the home in Gearing. He had an argument with Bailey, and he still was not calmed down. Chance wasn't. And he stomped out of the house and made some statement that he was just going to walk home to Torrington. And if you look, Gearing, Nebraska, and Torrington, Wyoming, that would be a bit of a walk, but not impossible. And then, we all say things like it could have been Chance was bad enough to actually start walking to Torrington. Like, I've been there, done that, where you just get so mad at a situation and you're like, I'm so mad I could punch a hole in the wall, or I could just take out my frustrations with a physical activity like walking. Gearing, Nebraska to Torrington. I'm going to check that. It's doable. You wouldn't want to walk it, and you would walk along Highway 26. The Googler finished my statement for me, thought I wanted to go to Torrington, Connecticut, wherever that is. Come on, use your brain, Siri. Why would I want to go to Connecticut? It's 35 miles. So not impossible. People have walked that far. At least he could have got a start. And then, halfway there, you stop in Mitchell, and they got that great Cabela's, right? But obviously Chance never got to Torrington, and remains were found in this park, Monument Park, which is a popular hiking spot. But according to one person that's interviewed in the story, Kelly Mumm is interviewed in the story by Jen Coker, longtime Gearing resident. Kelly Mumm was out walking the dog Saturday along the canal road and along an irrigation ditch on the north side of the monument. And that's where he saw the large police presence. It was all taped off, roped off, and they were trying to collect remains at the scene. He said if that's where they found the remains of Chance, then he said there's little chance that he was walking to Torrington. He said you just wouldn't be there. That would not be a route you would take. So Kelly Mumm, longtime Gearing resident, said if that's where his body's found, he wasn't walking to Torrington. Not likely. At least he would have been way off the mark, and yeah, that wouldn't have been the plan. He said in that area, which he said the north end of this sandstone ridge kind of thing is not very well traveled by hikers. He thinks maybe just a few a month might go there. He said Monument Park is a popular hiking spot, but all the trailheads are on the south side. He's never seen hikers on the north side when he's been out walking. He said you might get a, couple a month or something. But he speculates maybe if Chance Engelbert he left the home at night. He said maybe if it's at night, you can't see well and you could fall off one of these cliffs in the monument. But he said where the body was found, where he could see the remains were found, would have been really challenging to get to at night. You would have had to bushwhack, and you would have had to try hard to get yourself there. So was he brought there? Did he walk there and have some kind of mishap? That may never be known, but at least we're getting closer and closer to figuring that out, where the final place of Chance Engelbert, where his death may have taken place. The missing Moorcroft man, a 6-year mystery. Part of it may be cleared up with this story from Jen Coker. Let's take our first break of the day, and we're going to get into more stories, including Harriet Hageman, your congresswoman from Wyoming. And she's urging federal government to delist transgender treatments from the Affordable Care Act. And she has her reasoning. We'll talk about that when we come back on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jade.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, And you realize that you're not alone. Once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues on a finally Friday. Heidi heard the cat. Yes, Heidi. The cat had to get drop kicked outside. And no doubt we'll be back with a mouse. These days when it's not yet too wintry, I just leave the door open so the cat can come back. But when I leave the door open, he comes back with mouses. He thinks he's bringing me treats. Normally, if the door was shut, he meows at the door, but I can tell if he's meowing with his mouth full. The wife and I have figured that out. He's got a muffled meow when his mouth is full of mouse, and we don't let him in. But I don't feel, I have this, I got this Achilles heel pain today and yesterday. I don't know what it is. It hurts to walk. So I'm too lazy to go over and open the door. So I just leave it open a crack. But that does invite cat to bring mouse. Good morning, Rob. No hat today. So Congresswoman Hageman, who was on the show yesterday, I was going to ask her about this, but we just ran out of time. We have so little time with our guests, not enough time. But I did want to ask her about this because she fired off a letter or signed on to a letter. It wasn't her letter, but she did sign off on a letter along with many of her colleagues, 35 in total, Republicans in Congress, fired off a letter to the head of the IRS. I hope it was a letter saying, we, the people, don't want to pay taxes anymore, but I doubt it was. That would be my letter to the IRS. I've had it with this every April. No, their letter to the IRS was urging the agency to remove transgender-related treatments from its roster of Affordable Care Act covered medical services. So this is how deep in the weeds we're getting. If you were to file your taxes and you were a boy thinking about changing into a girl and you had some work done, you could write that off, presumably on your taxes. It falls under Affordable Care Act stuff. And Hageman says that's not a great idea. That's not a good look for the United States, especially in light of transgender violence of late. And that's not to say that all violence we see in the news lately has been done by transgender people. And it's not to say that transgender people are inherently violent. But there have been a few issues in the news within the past, calendar year, where at least 3 or 4 shooters or stabbers or people have gone on to do some random violence have been undergoing treatment to change their gender or have been transgender or are. In this case, I don't know that the Charlie Kirk shooter is himself transgender. I don't believe so, but he is in love with a boy. So he's at least falls under the LGBTQ rainbow. Tyler Robinson, accused of killing Kirk. Robinson is in a romantic relationship with his roommate, Lance Twiggs, who is a transgender individual. So apparently even just kissing a transgender person can make you violent. No, I shouldn't laugh. I don't know what the connection is, if any. But Harriet Hageman did allude to this incident. In the letter written by Republicans to the IRS alludes to this. The letter states a mental health crisis exists in the United States and, quote, transgender ideology is seeing a dangerous normalization and rapid spread. These are the words of the letter, which Congresswoman Hageman signed off on to the IRS. So, yeah, I think she and others, at least 35 members of the GOP, believe that the message that it's okay, it's cool, it's kosher to change your genders. Your government will help you pay for it. And the frustration of feeling like you live in the wrong body may be causing you to have violent thoughts. I don't know. I'm trying to paraphrase this because I don't get the connection. If you're transgender, does that make you want to go out and shoot someone? I doubt it. But you are probably undergoing a lot of internal struggles. You probably got voices in your head, so to speak, saying, I don't feel like a boy yet. I don't look like a girl, etc. And you're probably struggling with a lot of things. And these are issues you should take up, when you're an adult, in my opinion. These are issues you should not act on irrevocably when you're 13 years old with your parents' help. You should wait until you're an adult. And if you still feel that way, same thing your parents tell you when you really want the pony for Christmas. Well, let's see if you still want it in a month. They test you. How, those desires still going to be there a month from now, a year from now. I think you should wait that out a little bit. But, I'm getting off track. The Tuesday letter, spearheaded by Representative Bob Onder of Missouri, was addressed to U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, calls for scrutiny of transgender-related medical procedures and the protection of children. Yeah, I think many of us can agree that any kind of transgender medical procedure should be delayed until the person is an adult. I hate to see that happening to kids. Kids got all kinds of mixed up stuff going on, man. And I'm saying kids like, certainly you shouldn't be changing anybody's sex when they're in elementary school. But kids still means, age 12 to 18 until you're 18. All kinds of mixed up thoughts happen in kids' heads. They got all kinds of crazy notions. They want to be this, do that. Many of the decisions they make are not good or flat out wrong or what. Yeah. So you want this person in charge of basically holding a surgeon's scalpel? I don't know about that. Let's wait till you got your thoughts better formed. Not everybody's on board with Congresswoman Hageman's letter, and not her letter. She just signed off on it. Sarah Burlingame, who we've had on the show, delightful guest. Love Sarah. One-time lawmaker. She's now the executive director of Wyoming Equality. She spoke to Cowboy State Daily Claire McFarland, who wrote this story the other day. She said, I'm just disappointed to hear Congresswoman Hageman talk in such a polemic, such a political way when it concerns transgender stuff. Burlingame continued, this kind of talk, this kind of dialogue pits neighbors against neighbors and makes somebody like not just a villain, but a monster. Yeah, it's hard enough probably to be in what you think is the wrong body and be struggling with that kind of decision. I don't get it. I think you're born in your gender and that's how God made you. But I haven't walked in your moccasins, so should the government pay for these procedures? Should the government pay for abortions, for that matter? It all gets sticky when you're talking about money, whenever you introduce money. Hageman said, I'm proud to join my colleagues in a letter to the U.S. Secretary of Treasury demanding that gender-affirming care be removed from tax-advantaged medical expenses. We cannot let Americans unknowingly subsidize dangerous, radical treatments, especially when political violence, like the assassination of Charlie Kirk, shows where this ideology leads. That's a strong statement. So obviously, Congresswoman Hageman is making the link that transgender can lead to political violence. Now, we have seen it happen. It has played out that way a couple times, but so has a lot of things. I mean, when you ask any shooter or murderer or mass, lunatic who does something terrible, why did you do it? It's not always, because I felt like I should have boobs and I can't afford them. Or I don't want boobs anymore and I can't afford. That hasn't usually been the excuse. It's usually voices are talking to me. My dog told me to do it. It's usually some deranged thing. Is it, and connecting those dots, saying that the deranged thoughts in your mind that leads you to shoot Charlie Kirk or shoot anyone, the deranged thoughts in your mind, are they derived from the fact that you're not 100% concrete sure what your sex is? Ooh, I think that's a dangerous connection. I don't know about that. I don't know if that leads you to be violent. I don't get it. I don't understand you if you feel like you should be a girl or boy and you were born with the wrong parts. I don't get that. I don't understand that. But I'd pull my horse up short of thinking that internal struggle for you leads you to want to pick up a rifle and shoot someone. Probably not usually. Yeah, interesting story. Claire McFarland talked to Mac Watson about it. They flesh it out a little more. It sounded like this.
U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman on Wednesday announced she's urging the federal government to delist transgender treatments from the Affordable Care Act and its coverage. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Representative Hageman joined 35 of her GOP colleagues in Congress in signing the letter that was sent to the head of the IRS.
They made some very strongly worded statements in their push to the Treasury Secretary, saying things like, we're seeing this rise in mental illness. There's been recent mass shootings by transgender people. Charlie Kirk's alleged killer was associated with a trans person. And so they were pointing to what they're calling a mental health crisis.
Sarah Burlingame, the leader of Wyoming's top LGBTQ advocacy group, tells Cowboy State Daily that the letter weaponizes mass shootings and Kirk's killing for political ends and thrusts divisive language onto Wyomingites as a whole.
Yeah, I kind of see Sarah's point. I mean, I don't think we should be using the shooting tragedy, the tragic end of Charlie Kirk, for any purposes other than just to acknowledge we got a problem in America. And I don't know that problem. And the transgender connection here, again, is even a stretch further. It's not that the alleged shooter, Tyler Robinson, was transgender, was having transgender thoughts. He was supposedly in love with a transgender. Now we're taking it a step further. Yeah, I don't know. I can't, I side more with Sarah there. I don't, the whole transgender thing is, that's something foreign to me, but I can't believe it would cause you to want to be violent on someone. It don't seem to. A lot of things can cause you to be violent on someone, including traffic. You're more likely to experience road rage. That's how many of your shootings may boil over from a road rage incident rather than for years you've struggled with the fact that you want to wear dresses and you're a boy. You're on the football team and you'd rather wear a dress. I don't think that leads to shootings as much as that dude cut me off. Yeah. Moving on. Speaking of road rage, Interstate 80, those tunnels. Oh, finally we're going to get traffic flowing a little bit better here in that tunnel where the February, that goes back to February. It seems longer ago that tunnel was closed. 3 people died in that fiery February 14th crash in the westbound interstate tunnel. 26 vehicle pileup, you remember, was on Interstate 80 right outside of Green River. That tunnel has been closed ever since. They've been working on it. I'm sure the repairs were extensive. There wasn't structural integrity was never in question. I think structurally the tunnel still functions, but it was all burned up. I mean, they had to redo the pavement, the roadway. They had to make sure the tunnel was sound, do a bunch of tests there. And then finally, the last step is what they're working on now, and that's the electrical. Apparently, they're almost done with the lighting. Getting real close. It's going to be open soon, the Green River Tunnel. So since then, everybody on Interstate 80, when you approach those tunnels at Green River, has been funneled through the one remaining functional tunnel, rerouted so that there's been oncoming traffic in the tunnel, which is really sketch. I hate when you have two-way oncoming traffic in a tunnel. It's already tight in a tunnel. It's just a lot better when you're all going the same direction, in my opinion. A lot safer. But there's been, thankfully, no incidents in what they're doing now, and that westbound tunnel will be open soon. That's good news. The announcement was made. Wyoming Department of Transportation District 3 announced the reopening on Thursday. The reopening, I don't know if they have a hard date for it. They just said very soon. As they put the final touches on the tunnel, they're going to reroute traffic through Green River as they originally did. The eastbound tunnel will go back to being what it was, just eastbound, no two-way. And for probably 6 days, probably about a week, anybody heading westbound on Interstate 80 will have to get off the exit ramp and drive through Green River. And that's what happened in the original accident. And for about a week or so, the town of Green River, we talked to the mayor. We had the mayor on, and the mayor's like, oh, this is not sustainable, having all these trucker traffic driving right through Green River to the detour. Like everybody in Green River. I mean, the hopes were they would stop and spend money on lunch or a cup of coffee, but people are just, it's 80% commercial truck traffic, and all they were doing was banging on the roads in Green River and shaking the coffee shop windows. So that's going to go for about a week or a little less, and then they'll have that tunnel open. That'll be good news for everybody traveling on Interstate 80. That took a while. We knew it would. We thought it would. YDOT said back in February when they assessed the damage, they said, this is going to take a while. Don't get your hopes up. And here we are, middle October. So, yeah, it'll be open soon. That'll be good news for the Green River peoples. Maybe we'll talk to the mayor again. He's such a good guy. He was fun to have on. And he also was sort of kind of in the news regarding the shelter, the animal shelter in Green River, where they had one of the last remaining gas chambers. And they finally decided to get rid of it. It wasn't the mayor's call, but it is his town. Maybe we'll just get him back on the show, ask him about a whole bunch of stuff, including his Green River Wolves, the football team. Holy cow, what got into these kids? Green River Wolves have not made the postseason. They haven't made the playoffs since 2017. They haven't even been relevant. And this year, they're playing out of their minds. So we got three things we could talk to the Green River mayor about. The high school football team, the reopening of the tunnels, and that animal shelter deal. Over the weekend, I'll reach out to him. We'll get him on next week. Let's take a break. Come right back. More on the initial hour here of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake Friday.
Looking for a Saturday morning show that's not your typical news talk? Join your buddy Bags, John Baggett, for Cowboy State Daily Radio, where things get a little wild, a little weird, and a whole lot of fun. From 6 to 10 a.m., Bags dives into everything from radio to rodeo, teachers to preachers, music to media, sports to the supernatural. You'll hear interviews with newsmakers, entertainers, experts, and maybe even a few oddballs. It's less politics, more personality, sometimes serious, sometimes silly, always interesting. Text, call, or email your thoughts live at 307-278-9598 or wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Catch the show live on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook Live, or X. And if you sleep in, no worries. You can listen anytime on the Cowboy State Daily Radio archives. Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, where curiosity meets cowboy coffee. See you Saturday morning. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Cowboy State Daily Show Friday edition, and the Flittners get to buy back their mountain. The ranch that Kanye West owned, the Bighorn Mountain Ranch. Conway West, remember when Conway was all about Wyoming? That guy is such a kook. I don't know why people fell for his crap. I'm not a big fan of Kanye's music. He's got some songs, but a lot of it, you really got to weed through 90% garbage. Because, in my opinion, Kanye West is so ego-driven. He thinks anything he touches is gold. You know, he's like the eccentric artist who flings his feces on a canvas and believes it to be a masterpiece. Like, Kanye thinks anything, just because it's his, He thinks he's all that. I mean, just evidence his behavior when he gets up on stage. When Taylor Swift won the whatever, the little gold man, she won an Emmy or Oscar, one of them statues, and she was like a brand new artist. She was 19 years old or 20 or something. She was like just young, and it was her moment in the spotlight. This was the world's introduction to Taylor Swift. She won some music award, and Kanye, who's in the front, gets up on stage and starts in on, I don't know, trying to give her some kind of industry advice, and he just made it all about him. He's such a weirdo. And then he goes through girls like we go through underwear. And he keeps them on a leash, and he makes them parade around in public with no clothes on. I'm only slightly exaggerating on these two examples. Kanye West is weird. And then there's the whole Nazism. Like, Kanye's basically admitted to being a Nazi. Like, he loves Hitler, and he just... And then I do have a little bit of personal second degree of separation with Ye. He wants to change his name. Yeah, that's another one. Anyone who thinks so highly of themselves to announce on your socials you now have a different name, that's a red flag. So many red flags about this nutcase. And, you know, he's got so much money that he's allowed to behave like this because you surround yourself, you insulate yourself with people who are going to say yes, sir, and no, sir. Well, not a lot of no, sir. There's going to be a lot of yes men. Yes, sir, Mr. West. My name is Yee. Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Yee. That's all you're going to get when you're in his entourage, his club. You are going to toe the line, man. And no matter if he says black is white, you're going to say, yes, sir. It certainly is. If he says up is down, that's the way it is. And you're going to kowtow to him all the way. That's why I'm surprised Wyoming fell for his bunk. He spent a little bit of time in Jackson Hole, where, of course... And then that got him all excited about Wyoming back in the day. Because remember, at the time, this was like COVID time, 2019. COVID's going on in his home state. COVID's going on in California. And everything shuts down, and they go running around with their panties on fire in California over the whole COVID thing. And Kanye wants to get the heck out of there like everybody else. I'm going to go somewhere where they're normal about a pandemic. He starts spending a lot of time in Jackson Hole, and he gets this false idea that Jackson Hole is Wyoming. And then he says, I love Wyoming. And we're like, Kanye, hate to tell you, but Jackson Hole is not Wyoming. But okay. We're glad to have you here. Come spend your money. And then he actually does. Even Kanye West, with all the money he has, couldn't buy into the Jackson Hole real estate market, I guess, because why wouldn't you? At least he couldn't find anything he wanted reasonable. And that just shows you how robust, or we don't call it robust. The real estate agents in Jackson Hole would call it a robust market. The rest of us just call it bizarro world. It just shows you how bizarro world real estate is in Jackson Hole when Kanye West can't even buy in. So he's got to go up there to the Cody area. He goes up in the Bighorn Mountains and he buys the big spread, the Bighorn Mountain Ranch, 6,713 acres of the Bighorn Mountain Ranch. And he does a music video of him riding four-wheelers up there, and he's wearing Timberlands. Like that's proof that he is totally converted. He's gone from being a hip-hop star to a Wyoming rancher overnight. Meanwhile, though, that purchase took a whole chunk of land out of the Flitner operation. And they have been ranching up there since God invented the cow. Greg and Pam Flitner, David, all the Flitners. And when Kanye West bought in, that bought a chunk of land that they had been using in their cattle operation for well over 110 years or so. And Kanye wanted to set up his Yeezy sneaker headquarters there. He tried to get it rezoned so he could set up a sneaker manufacturing plant manned by, no doubt, imported Taiwanese kids. I don't know that for real. Don't take anything I say for real. You know that. You know better than that. Where's my, I had a disclaimer I used to play. I should find that again and just play it like every 5 minutes. Don't believe anything I say, kids. So Yeezy can't get his sneaker operation. And months later, he's starting to sour on the whole Wyoming idea. Because you know what? This is not L.A., this is not Madrid. This is not London. This is not New York. You don't step out your door and the paparazzi's hounding you and you got your whatever, your babe of the month on a leash wearing no clothes. And no, you step outside the door and the wind's howling. And it's just nothing. It's Wyoming. And if you do that in January, you better have a big, fancy, puffy coat on. Not that you can't afford it, Kanye. And he got sick of Wyoming pretty quick. He bought a whole fleet of black cars at the local dealership. We talked to that guy, actually, the guy who sold them. Yeah, he said, like, I sold Kanye all these fancy black SUVs. A few months later, he was back selling them back to us. He was done, and we bought him back. And he left. And now I'm reading in this newspaper, story written by Avery Howe. I'm sorry, I don't know what the paper is. I don't have the masthead. But Kanye West Bighorn Mountain Ranch comes home to the Flitners. The headline, buying back the mountain. I love it. Wyoming wins. Flitner wins. And Kanye gone. Adios, rap star. Yeah, I'm hard on him because these aren't things I don't learn this stuff about Kanye solely from TMZ and People magazine. He actually had a record release party in Jackson at a ranch that I DJ at often. And I talked to the owners of the ranch. I talked to people there, and they said he was a pain in the butt during that party. He was told that he had to have the music off by 10 p.m. Hard stop, county ordinance, no music after 10. And he didn't even start until after 10. He didn't even show up. He's a fancy rap star. And he played like apparently really loud. He was very demanding. He threw around some money, yes. But in the end, it was not worth it, according to the ranch owners that he was at. And they're like, nope, never again. Never again, Kanye. And he's no longer on his Wyoming kick. How did I get off topic on that? Oh, yeah, I wanted to just like say, way to go, Flitners, way to hang out, way to win out in the end. Wyoming ranchers, they'll wait you out. They've been there over 100 years ranching, so they wait for the fad to come and go. Kanye West, 2019, purchasing almost 7,000 acres of the Bighorn Mountain Ranch, and then leaves the whole thing, sells it, and it's back to doing what it was doing for a century, over a century, and that's running cows. All's well that ends well. Flitner's Ranch back to doing what it does. No more rap music coming out of Cody, Wyoming. All right, that'll do it for this hour. We'll come back with more Cowboy State Daily. I want to dig into the stories of the day, including The tumble in sign, that cool famous cowboy, the Cheyenne man, that was registered a .3. That, by the way, is a lot of drinking. At 4 p.m. when he ran over a motorcyclist. Talk about day drinking. Yeah, we're going to get to a whole mess of stuff on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake right after top of the hour news. That's our break for our radio affiliates. See you on the other side. Don't go far.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Orion Schlesinger pleaded guilty Thursday to conspiring to ambush and kill his video gaming friend Dakota Farley the night of February 1st and 2nd in Big Piney. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Schlesinger's partner in the crime, Rowan Litauer, who's accused of firing the fatal shot with a compound bow, is still on track for trial.
The prosecutor furnished what they call the factual basis. He said that after the killing, Schlesinger and his co-defendant, Rowan Litauer, were in a selfie that Litauer shot in which Schlesinger bore a toothy grin.
Court documents say that Schlesinger and Litauer walked more than a mile in the frigid night in February of this year to Farley's Big Piney home, and that Litauer shot Farley twice with a compound bow and arrow, killing him. Authorities are saying they're one step closer to identifying the human remains discovered October 10th near a national park site in rural western Nebraska as those of missing Moorcroft man Chance Engelbert. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports Engelbert's family was able to identify several unnamed items found near the remains as belonging to him.
The Scottsbluff County Attorney's Office put out a statement saying that they can't positively identify that it is Chance Engelbert. However, there were items found near his body that the family have identified as his. The next step is the remains will be sent to the Douglas County Coroner's Office in Omaha, and with the help of forensic scientists and forensic pathologists, they will then do the next steps in determining whether or not it is actually Chance Engelbert, and that will be done through DNA and dental records. And they'll also be determining the cause of death, whether or not it was accidental or if there was foul play.
According to a media release, the Douglas County Coroner's Office in Omaha is assisting Gering Police in Nebraska with the Forensic Examination University of Nebraska. A pit maneuver is a word associated with law enforcement to stop a moving vehicle or end a chase. But as Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports, the Carbon County Sheriff's Office is using decommissioned vans to teach their deputies how to stop someone who's trying to elude the law.
PIT is an acronym for a precision immobilization technique. It's also known as tactical vehicle intervention. The Carbon County Sheriff's Office just acquired a fleet of new police pursuit vehicles that are specially designed for this technique, so they're able to do pit maneuvers without damaging the vehicle, at least extensively damaging the vehicle that does the maneuver. And that's what's needed if you're going to pull this off.
Carbon County Sheriff Alex Backen tells Cowboy State Daily that vehicle pursuits are a reality in Carbon County, with the I-80 and highways 130, 287, and 789 crisscrossing the county. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Here in Wyoming, we look out for each other. For 80 years, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming has done just that. Through changing times and big moments, we are still your biggest champion. We make sure our friends and neighbors have health insurance that fits their lives. Changes are happening, so when it comes time to enroll, we'll be here. With local solutions, local people, and local care. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Let's make a plan together. Learn more at wyomingblue.com.
Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon slammed federal energy permitting delays, which he called ridiculous, on Thursday at a Montana Governor's Summit. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports the conference was attended by many like-minded politicians who want to ramp up energy production sooner rather than later.
Governor Gordon was on stage with Governor Gianforte from Montana, two other governors, and they all had some strong opinions about federal regulation when it comes to developing energy resources in their states and territories.
Governor Gordon also said that it's time to innovate, not regulate, energy. And U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman on Wednesday announced she's urging the federal government to delist transgender treatments from Affordable Care Act coverage. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Representative Hageman joined 35 of her GOP colleagues in Congress in signing the letter that was sent to the head of the IRS.
they made some very strongly worded statements in their push to the Treasury Secretary, saying things like, we're seeing this rise in mental illness. There's been recent mass shootings by transgender people. Charlie Kirk's alleged killer was associated with a trans person.
Sarah Burlingame, the leader of Wyoming's top LGBTQ advocacy group, tells Cowboy State Daily that the letter weaponizes mass shootings and Charlie Kirk's killing for political ends. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
It's finally Friday, Cowboy State Daily Show. Carbon County deputies have been practicing their crashing technique. Come on, that's what it is. You can put in all the acronyms you want. Call it TVI and PIT. These acronyms just disguise the fact that it's trained crashing. You know, when the cops are chasing somebody, and it's so frustrating when they did it with Simpson. Who was the O.J. Simpson? Golly. There's so many things in my brain. I'm telling you, when you get to my age, you got to start removing stuff in order to add stuff. So if I need to put something in that's new, like, I don't know, what's new in the news? Like Tilly Norwood, the latest actress that everybody's talking about, who is not real, not human. She's AI. If I have to store that info about Tilly Norwood, something has to come out. And I'm reluctant to remove from my long-term memory statistics regarding some of my favorite sports teams. I'm reluctant to take out in my memory Bucky Dent hitting that home run against the Boston Red Sox that caused the Red Sox today to call him Bucky effing Dent. The weak hitting shortstop. Bucky Dent used to use a bat that was probably not much heavier than your average number 2 pencil. In fact, it looked like just a big pencil. I mean, this guy could not hit. But he could feel. He's a pretty slick fielder. He was on the Yankees as a shortstop only for his fielding, kind of like the guy they got now, Anthony Volpe. And he didn't hit much. I remember his bat. It was a shiny black bat back when not many guys rocked a black bat. And it was a playoff game. It was both the Red Sox and the Yankees finished a 162-game season from April. You talk about baseball is just it's the most beautifully designed sport. Starts in February when pitchers and catchers report to some training facilities in Florida and Arizona. February. In March, they're playing preseason games, and by April, the season has started. It doesn't end until October. Look, it's still going on now. We're not even to the World Series yet, and it's October 17th. So beginning of April to the end of October, that is a long time span. I don't know how many months because I can't count it up. A lot. And over that entire season, two teams played and had identical records. They had the same amount of wins, same amount of losses. What are the chances those two teams in the American League East in the same division? And so at that time, all anyone could think to do in Major League Baseball was, well, let's have them play one game, winner take all. See who goes on to the playoffs, to the postseason. And in that one game played in Boston, Bucky effing Dent hit a home run. Home run. Might have been the first and last he's ever hit. Why am I talking about Bucky Dent? Trying to talk about, O.J. Simpson. I'm talking about things that have to go in my brain and then stuff has to come out. So, O.J. Simpson, remember his slow speed chase? When there's like 50 cops following him. None of them wanted to even try a TVI. Why not? Which is a tactical vehicle intervention, by the way. None of them. It never occurred to any of them LA cops to try a PIT, which is a precision immobilization technique. These are fancy acronyms for nobody tried to crash into them, which is so frustrating watching California police chases. I'm like, just crash this dude already. They're following him, and they don't, because law enforcement will tell you it's for the safety of everybody involved. Meanwhile, the guy's doing like 80 through city streets. He's doing 100 miles an hour down the highway going the wrong way. Well, he's not already putting lives in danger. Just end this already and knock him into the barrel pit. Well, in Wyoming, we don't stand for these shenanigans like California. We don't turn high-speed chases into television like they do. We interrupt this episode of The Golden Girls to bring you the latest police chase on Hollywood Boulevard. And the helicopters, we get to see this whole police, just ram him. The spike strips, do some spike strips, and then crash the dude. There was so many opportunities when you watch these chases for the cops to just sort of like get in there and just nudge him off the road. Well, that is a professional technique, and deputies with the Carbon County Sheriff's Office spent some time the other day spinning and pushing each other all over the road. Andrew Rossi has the story, and the vehicle used to be the runaway guy was an old blue van that they had. In fact, they called it Blue Van. It's near and dear to our hearts, said Sheriff Alex Bakken. It's an old jail transport vehicle for many years. It was the fixture of our office, but it had finally worn out its effective use. And instead of just getting rid of it, Blue Van was reassigned to its final job, which was to play the role of the getaway car. Blue Van was used so the deputies could practice their TVI, tactical vehicle intervention. Only cops and educators can come up with these acronyms. And they were working on one of the techniques of TVI is PIT, precision immobilization technique. Notice they have to have the word precision in there because to you and I, it looks like a crash. And that's what it is. It's crashing the bad guy and knocking him off the road. Something we all want to have happen. No wonder it's such riveting TV in California, because we're all sitting there going, we're all bored with the show that's on, right? Oh, not another Three's Company. And you're like falling asleep. I've seen this a million times. Then all of a sudden they break in and there's a chase. And the reason we can't take our eyes off it is because we're all dealing with pent-up frustration. The cops won't just ram the guy. Just wait. Why did you let him? He has to slow down to make that turn. You could have just, bam, hit him in the door and knocked him right out of there and then tased the living crap out of him. But no, they keep following him, figuring, well, we got eyes on him, eyes on this guy. He's not going to get anywhere. He can't outrun the radio, cops say. Some of them might get away. Plus, we want to see that what happens when they do ram him and he gets out and runs. Oh, that's even the best part, because a lot of these cops are not in great shape. And you think for a minute, hey, he might make it. Look at that guy run. And he jumps a fence. And the cops jump the fence and they're still running. And at some point, his pants start falling down. That's a given. Every high-speed chase. When the dude finally, his car craps out and he runs, he's done in by his pants. So this is a lesson to you, gangbangers. Pull your pants up. Trying to be all-fashioned statement with your underwear sticking out. Yeah, try running from the cops that way. Any bad guy from a previous generation will tell you can't run from the law with pants like that. Because sure enough, in the high speed, his pants start falling down, and then he slows down, and even the fat cop can catch him. And then the tasers come out, and then everybody turns off their body cam. They turn that helicopter shot. They're like, turn off the camera. And the taser, and they light that guy up like the 4th of July. Again, I'm getting off track. Carbon County Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Alex Bakken, who we have had on the show. And the only reason we don't now is because I am getting jiggy with it. They practiced the other day with these techniques of knocking the car off the road, stuff you wish they did. And, in Carbon County, which has rolling through it I-80, parts of Highway 130, 287, 789, a lot of places where you got perps going pedal to the metal, as Andrew Rossi points out. And sometimes the only way to stop this high-speed chase, to keep people truly safe, is to find a lonely stretch there where it's just you and the bad guy and knock him off the road. A controlled crash, which is a TVI. Just do the TVI. So they practiced it the other day on this poor blue van that used to transport prisoners, and that must have been fun to watch. I think Andrew Rossi's got some photos. Does he have the video? Video, or it never happened, Andrew? I don't know if he's got video of it. That would be fun, though. I see a photo. Oh, yeah, he does have video. Let's see what happens. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, they just spun that van right around. Love it. That's what you got to do. Just knock that dude off the road. Carbon County doesn't take nothing. They're not going to be LA cops. You want to run from the law. You want to try to run, and they going to knock you off the road. They're going to pull out that TVI, and they're going to do a couple of PITs on you. And next thing you know, you're spinning out of control. And then the tasers. We got to take a break. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Grayson Buckingham's going to be on here in a minute if I haven't scared him off. We'll be right back.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a finally Friday, and welcoming into the conversation a guy named Grayson Buckingham. That's the kind of name that sounds like you are lord of some manor in England. Grayson Buckingham. Are you knighted, by the way? Should it be Sir Buckingham?
I wish. No, unfortunately not. But good morning, Jake. Yeah, it's good to be with you.
Good morning. Last time I had eyes on you, you were a skinny little quarterback playing for the Jackson Bronx. You were wearing black and orange, and I think rocking the number 8. And I'll never forget this one play. You probably already forgotten. This is long ago. Jackson Bronx high school football. Grayson, even you were like 6'2", 100 pounds.
I can't believe you remember that. That was almost 2 decades ago.
I remember. I now call play-by-play for the Jackson Bronx. We got a good team this year, but they could maybe use you. Come in, give them the old Newt Rockney or something. Give them a speech.
Yeah.
But yeah, I remember a fake field goal or something. You were the holder, and you pulled a Lucy on Charlie Brown, and you like, nah, I think I want to throw a touchdown pass here. And I'm like, Buckingham around the corner, throw touchdown. Oh, man, that was back in 2009, I think you graduated. So
it was.
You probably didn't know we were going to go through a life of Grayson. But after that, National Guardsman, you were in the Cowboy State Daily in 2019, mention of your name as being deployed overseas, National Guard. You told the fiance, this is going to have to wait. Wedding bells, I got to go do this thing. You did that thing, and I think you got married. Are you married now?
I am, and now we have 3 beautiful boys. We just had our 3rd son, 1 month old. Yeah, it's been an incredible journey.
Oh my goodness, I'm so happy for you. Somewhere along that skinny quarterback and that guardsman, you come up with this idea. You founded a company. It's called DISA, which is just a fancy word for knocking mud off a tennis ball. You're going to have to explain to me what DISA, this is exciting for Wyoming, though. What you have come up with, this technology, is a win-win-win for everybody. It cleans up old uranium sites. It kind of, it just separates rare earth minerals, which we want, from rocks and dirt, which we don't want. It's innovative. It's incredible. It's years in the making. You've been at it like 6-7 years. You finally are starting to sell some of the product, and you're turning a corner here with this. I love it. Explain to me what gave you the idea, how it all got started, and what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. It's certainly been a journey. When I was doing my MBA in law school at the University of Wyoming, I connected with John Lee, who's now my co-founder and COO of the company, and he convinced me to participate in the Elbogen competition, which is effectively an entrepreneurship competition for students at the University of Wyoming, and we were able to win and place in that contest. And then we moved forward and won the Kickstart Challenge and the Casper Challenge. And before we knew it, I was working for a T. Boone Pickens company, Mason Natural Gas Solutions at the time. But we had some non-dilutive funding, and so John and I said, well, why don't we go put our personal money in and pursue this as a full-time career? So started the company formally in 2018. We didn't take a salary for the first 3 years. Day one, we built a desk and we sat across from each other, and we were able to validate the concept to where we were able to garner investor interest. Our first major investor was Breakthrough 307, which is based out of Casper, and then we were able to build larger prototypes. And when we first started, we were really focused on uranium and abandoned uranium mine waste. And there's 15,000 of these sites that EPA estimates that are throughout the Western United States. But the problem was that uranium was at $20 a pound at that time, and we couldn't get the proper license from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to be able to deploy our technology to remediate these sites. So we pivoted and started testing other mineral types like phosphate and graphite and copper, and the technology worked exceptionally well on those applications. And so we were, garnered additional investor interest. And now today we've raised over $50 million in private capital that we've brought into Wyoming, from groups like Evoke Innovations, whose limited partners are Rio Tinto, Vale, Mitsubishi, some of these largest mining companies in the world, to Halliburton's an investor, Valor Equity Partners, who is an early investor in SpaceX and Tesla. Constellation Energy, they're the largest provider of clean electricity in the United States. They operate over 20 nuclear reactors. So it's been a really exciting journey. And just 2 years ago, Jake, we were at 8 employees, and now we're close to 50. So it's been super fast growth, and it's been an incredible journey. But to go back to the way the technology works, there's really 2 different areas that we're focused on. One is in mining, to make mining more efficient. So 4% of global electricity is used just to break rocks apart. And the technology that we're competing with has been around since the medieval ages. So it's ripe for disruption. And just in the last year, we've started to install large commercial units, like in the image you can see behind me, that reduce the amount of energy and that break these rocks apart more efficiently, so you can recover the minerals that you care about and reject the minerals that you don't care about, which is really the name of the game. And then on the separate side is on the uranium piece. We're the only EPA validated technology for abandoned uranium mine treatment. And just 2 weeks ago, we received really exciting news that we've been working on for 5 years. We received a first of a kind license from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission that now enables us to economically, safely, and responsibly deploy this technology to clean up these abandoned uranium mines that have been sitting on the surface for decades, most of them from the Cold War.
Yeah, that's what I mean about the win-win. These are cleanup sites where normally the government would have to give somebody money to go clean it up. You're private sector. You're like, hey, we'll do it because we can monetize this. This is Grayson Buckingham, CEO, president of DISA. I'm calling it DISA because it's short for disassociation.
You got it.
Is that right?
You know what we do? We disassociate composite material into their discrete subfractions. So in layman's terms, we make it easier to separate the valuable minerals from the minerals that you don't care about.
You're out there breaking rocks in a new, advanced way, man. I love it. Yeah. And so what it involves, and I see from the website, there's video. David Madison, by the way, did a great story on this company and this technology. If you want to check it out in the Cowboy State Daily, it's like these nozzles blasting dirt and rock. And these nozzles are very important. You talk about, like, this is where the secret is, you know? This stuff, as you say, disassociating rare earth minerals, whether it's coppers, whether it's uranium from, you know, the rock they've attached themselves to. That's been around a while, but to do it smart with this technology and to do it with, we'll talk a little bit about AI factoring in, but your nozzles, that's where the secret is. That's where the KFC chicken ingredient, what are the nozzles doing when they're not just blasting whimsically? They're like, they got a purpose. They got, how do you, like, you can't give your secret away, obviously, but what's going on in there in the oven?
Yeah, we use high pressure pumps, and really you're just trying to balance different flows and materials. So, you know, it's about 50% solids, 50% water, and the water is just a transport medium to shoot these slurries at each other to create these particle to particle collisions. And you mentioned the tennis ball analogy. You know, imagine a tennis ball covered in mud shooting those tennis balls at each other very violently, and that mud breaks off, but the tennis ball stays intact. That's what we're doing. And so the technology that we're competing with, you know, called ball mills, they just indiscriminately break all the rocks apart. But what we're doing, we're focusing on the most hardness levels. And so, you know, softer material and harder material. And when they collide, it just breaks off the different phase boundary lines of those minerals. And, you know, it's incredible for, you know, what's relatively a simple process, right? You're shooting slurry at each other.
Yeah.
We have for example, a full PhD graduate who's been working for us for several years, and he runs what's called computational fluid dynamics, numerical modeling, and he'll just run all types of designs and say, okay, if the nozzles are this size, if we use this type of material, if the tanks are designed a certain way, it all makes a tremendous impact on what happens. And so it's all those iterations that we've been able to hone in our secret sauce. And, you know, we've got over 5 issued US patents. You know, we've got another 7 in the hopper right now. We've got 15 you know, foreign patents and domestic patents total. So, you know, there's constantly new IP created. And you mentioned AI. I think Cowboy State Daily actually did an article for Maneuver, who just recently launched out of stealth mode. They're a partner of ours through Automation Electronics. And now we're incorporating machine learning into our system, because the most expensive part of our system is actually all the automation pieces. So we can track all these variables. And so now they can use different algorithms say, okay, if the pressures are increasing, you know, maybe there's going to be a clog, and then so it can shut off a pump and then go to the next chamber, or, you know, hey, we need to increase the velocity to break the rocks harder, or slow it down because we're over breaking them. So there's all these, you know, variables that that come into effect. So, and that's why, you know, mineral processing and mining has always been so difficult. There's a lot of heterogeneity in the materials, so, you know, none of the material is always the same. So you always need to be adapting. And that's where machine learning has really made our operations even more efficient.
That sounds right. That sounds like where AI can be useful rather than trial and error. Like, oh, you stupid slurry bombing robot, you shot the stuff too hard and you ruined all that uranium. You can have the machine learn from its mistakes, figure stuff out on the fly. Oh my goodness, you are high tech, Grayson. Seriously.
Yeah, well, we joke, we have, like, we call it our graveyard out in our shop, because before machine learning and we had all this automation, we just build a unit, you know, and that might be $50,000. And they're like, oh, this tank design doesn't work. And it's just a shame, because then it just sits out there because it's not the best version. So now, you know, we can use different machine learning and CFD numerical modeling to run all those simulations before we go and, you know, build a really expensive piece of equipment like you can see behind me.
Incredible. And yes, this is, well, let's talk about the whole money thing and how you've grown. Now, when you started doing this, uranium, there's a reason all that uranium was sitting around in thousands of sites right on the ground, is because uranium wasn't worth anything. People, mining companies walked away from it. Suddenly, uranium market looking a lot better. You got technology to be able to get it. But I love the way you early on you pivoted. You said this can be useful for uranium. Let's try it on this. And then, so tell me about the thinking and some of the times where an entrepreneur like you says, we got to just take a leap of faith here. The market's going to come because, a lot of when you were doing this, the environment, the economy wasn't there for uranium. You had presidential administrations that were kind of down on mining, and yet you said, no, there's a future here, man. We're going to build a $50,000 machine and test this out. That's crazy, but that takes some vision.
And I don't even know if I can attribute it as much to vision. It's just grit and perseverance, right? Because we did not want to give up. We had put all of our personal savings into it. We had early investors backing us, and we said, we need to make this work. And, fortunately, we were able to find, different mining companies that were willing to take a chance and test with us, some even local. And, like you mentioned, uranium prices were depressed. When we first went on this licensing process that ultimately culminated in an NRC license, took us 5 years. The state of Colorado said, nope, we're going to regulate you as a milling technology. We said, well, we only make the environment better. We eliminate all the leachability. We remove the radionuclides by over 90%. We don't use any chemicals in our process. Why would you regulate us in a way that we would never be able to deploy the technology? And said, well, we're relying on this law from 1954, and this is how we interpret it. And so they said, you can go take it up with the NRC staff. So we went up to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in DC, and they said, we recognize that your technology, has all these environmental benefits, but, we feel like, we don't have enough guidance to regulate you as a remediation technology. Rather, we're going to have to continue licensing you as a milling technology, but you could apply for exemptions. And, we thought, well, the last time you told a company that, it took over 10 years to figure out what those exemptions are. And we're a startup company, we got to go. We don't have 10 years to sit around. And so I, had what's called drop-in meetings with the commissioners of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and kind of explain the situation. And a lot of them said, yes, this doesn't make sense from a public policy perspective or a regulatory perspective. And Senator Lummis really helped. And with Senator Kelly, it was a bipartisan effort. And, the Navajo Nation has 523 abandoned uranium mines that are Superfund sites. So Navajo Nation leadership started coming to the table. Other, environmental groups and universities, including the University of Wyoming and professors there. And everyone said, this doesn't make sense. We need to fix this. And so there was a big decision last year where they said, technologies like ours should be regulated, under what's called a service provider's license, so remediation. And so we just finally got that license issued 2 weeks ago. And now we're able to finally get to work at all these sites.
Wow, that's huge, Grayson, because I can imagine it's hard enough doing what you're doing, like with the tech and having to deal with that. And then you got a whole nother arm of DISA that's got to go hold the hand of government and explain what it is you're doing. You're like, no, we're what you want. We're not, That's incredible. Casper-based DISA Technologies, this CEO, president, founder, Grayson Buckingham, and talk about, do you finally feel you're turning a corner? It's been years of the grind. You mentioned this thing that happened 2 weeks ago. I think you got your first big sale. What does the end game look like? You're building units to actually sell these and say, here, you can use this in Michigan. You can use this wherever. We're getting there, huh? There's signs of success.
Yeah, and I think in every entrepreneur's, journey, there's ups and downs. And, the first 5 years, did we just waste all of our time and effort doing this? And I think we've finally turned that corner, and now it's just so fun. It's high growth mode. We're selling units. You all covered the story for the 100-ton per hour unit that we're selling to Lundin, which is a tier 1, mining company, and copper is in massive demand right now. And we're scaling up. We've got, we got 6 purchase orders of different units just in the last few months. And, it's a fun journey. And our goal when John and I, my co-founder, started the company was we want to have at least 100 employees in Wyoming. And so, we're just going to be continuing to work there. And, we want to help just be, play one small role in this, microcosm of innovation and technology and mining and critical minerals. When we started the company, that wasn't even a term. And now everybody's talking about critical minerals. And so, I think there's perseverance and then, good timing. And I think those are starting to converge. And, we're having the time of our lives. So it's been worth the journey.
And to hear this is all happening with a homegrown Wyoming person, it's important for you to remain a Wyoming company. You're Casper based. We are proud of you. If England doesn't want to knight Sir Grayson Buckingham, we're going to build you a palace here in Wyoming, man. I'm so proud of you. Yeah, and the fact that it's Wyoming, and you've taken advantage of Wyoming programs that have helped, as you explained. It's pretty important to be from here, from the Cowboy State. Do it here.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's funny, we're a venture-backed company. So when I meet with all these companies, they're all from San Francisco or Houston or Toronto, and they're like, Wyoming. And, I always say, this is the best place to do business. When we first started, the amount of folks that just wanted to help out, they say, you can use this piece of equipment, just give it back to me. I'll give an example. John Voight, he runs the Sunrise Iron Mine, a really cool. Maybe you should do this in a future radio shows. Rockefeller used to own it. They produce all this iron back in the day. But he said, just come test your technology here, and I'll help operate the equipment. You don't need to pay me anything. I just want to see you guys succeed. And I don't think you find that in other states, Jake. And so just like, and I could give 100 stories of where our neighbors and our community wanted to see us succeed, and it's pretty special. And then furthermore, it's economic in Wyoming. Our major investor. They're out of Canada, and they joke like, you guys are like the most efficient with your capital than any portfolio company we have. And I like to say, yeah, in Wyoming, we're going to work a lot harder, and we're going to make the dollar go a lot longer. And when we started the company, I think Wyoming ranked 49th in access to private capital. And hopefully our story and other stories that are emerging can help change that, and people can say, we're going to start investing in these companies in Wyoming, and these, startup companies, because they can go a lot longer and work, a lot harder than the rest on average.
Dude, the story is still being written from hometown high school quarterback, and I want you to sign my number 8 jersey. To National Guardsman to creating DISA Technologies, something innovative, unique. There's nothing like it, and it is all Wyoming. I love what you're doing. Just Google the name Grayson Buckingham or DISA Technologies. Look for the stories in Cowboy State Daily. We're going to continue to follow your story, Grayson. You're going places. You've already got to places. Thanks for coming on today. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jake. Great chatting with you this morning and catching up.
Have a great weekend. Go Bronx. Tonight, we got Host and Powell. We got to be able to take care of them, huh?
I sure hope so.
All right, buddy.
Go Bronx. All right, take care, Jake.
Unbelievable. Yeah, the story of DISA, CEO, president of DISA Technologies. David Madison wrote the story, and Grayson Buckingham joins us here in hour 2. Let's take a quick break, coming right back with more after this.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. what to do with hot coals, how to secure your chains, but I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily Show on a finally Friday with Jake. And so great to have Grayson Buckingham on. Tell us what he's doing with DISA Technologies, separating the really good stuff from dirt and rock. The really good stuff being copper, uranium, other rare earth minerals. And he does it by, well, basically, the low-tech idea is, you think about, I bet Grayson, I should have asked him, back in the day when he was a kid, he probably went to one of those county fairs where you hardly ever see them do this anymore. I can't even remember the last time I saw this, but remember when the fire department, they used to have the contest where they would spray their fire hose at a ball that was on a tether wire, and it was like tug of war, only the opposite. Your job was to blow with the fire hose. You were shooting at the ball that was on the wire and trying to push it over a certain line, tug of war backwards by shooting water at a ball on a tether wire. Is this done anymore? Is this like from the 1950s? I don't even know what you call it. How would you Google it? Maybe Andrew Rossi remembers that. But it's sort of like what they're doing at DISA. They're blasting mining. They go dig up a bunch of dirt and rock and they throw it in this oven-looking kind of contraption. And they got lasers that just blast it with slurry water until all that's left is the good stuff. Incredible. There's a lot of technology to it. It isn't just firemen blasting a ball on a wire. Andrew, do you remember back, I've never seen it done in many, many years, but, like at the county fairs, the fire departments would have a contest and they would shoot out of the hose, shoot water at a ball that was on a wire and try to see who could move it to the other guy's side?
County fairs you went to were very different from the county fairs I went to. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before.
I knew it. Somewhere there's going to be an OG that remembers when we did that. It was probably a simpler time back when we didn't worry about wasting water or something. They're out of water in the town of Jackson.
Really? I did not know that.
Flat out of water. They told everybody over the summer, stop watering your lawns. Stop using water. Don't even think. You learn how to swallow aspirin dry. Don't use water because we need it all for the big hotels and the golf courses.
Oh, yeah. You got to get your priorities in order.
Dude, it's Jackson. And now we see news the other day that they're considering, that was a temporary emergency thing because all of a sudden we sucked the wells dry. And now they say that may be the forever state where there's going to be water restrictions in Jackson. Wow. We're going to.
Well, so long as I can, do well on the back nine, I think we're all going to be okay.
It'll be all sandy. The sand traps are getting bigger. Let's just say that. Yeah. Speaking of golfing, if I don't get out by Saturday, tomorrow, that's the end date for my golf course. All right. So you don't remember the fire department's shooting water. Are you a Kiss fan? Ace Frehley died.
I did see that. So my condolences to his family. I can't say I'm a Kiss fan, and I know it's probably some of our staff members are going to hear that and be appalled. But I mean, I like to rock and roll all night and party every day for a little bit. But I mean, at a certain point, I just want to go to bed.
Kiss was a very average rock band. Even below, they were like C minus, if not for the makeup. The makeup pushed into B plus. But
well, let that be a lesson then, Jake. The strength of the gimmick is what can get you far in these sort of things.
Oh yeah. Any marketer will tell you that. If you're
and the length of your tongue, I guess.
That was the singer. Anybody in marketing will tell you don't have to build the better mousetrap. You just have to sell it harder. Come up with a unique way to sell it. Outside of "I Was Made for Loving You," the Kiss songs are just awful. But that song is actually pretty good. Okay, what's the Andrew Rossi? What have you been up to? I forgot what we wanted to talk to you about.
Yeah, I've been out for a little bit. It's just doing other things, but I'm covering the hard news, Jake. Things like tortoises surviving fires that they cause and pit maneuvers at the Carbon County Sheriff's Office. The things that the really hard-hitting news that Wyoming needs.
That's right. I just saw that Sheriff Bakken. Only law enforcement can come up with these acronyms for what basically mean we're going to crash the bad guy off the road. It's TVI, it's PIT, it's all these things, but they've been actually practicing how you do those maneuvers where you nudge the bad guy off the road.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a little more complicated than that, but that is the basic premise. You have to hit the back corner of the vehicle in a way that causes it to spin or turn around and forces it to stop. And that's a way of ending a police vehicle pursuit in a way that hopefully isn't going to endanger the suspect or other motorists. So it's not a one-size-fits-all solution, as Bakken made very clear when he was talking about it, but it is a tool that many law enforcement agencies use, including the Wyoming Highway Patrol. And now that they have the vehicles that are capable of withstanding that kind of effort and that kind of maneuver, they're going to start seeing if they can apply it to end these high-speed pursuits.
And Carbon County has places in that county where you may see these. You mentioned a bunch of highways. Some of I-80 goes through there, 287, 789. Highways where you could have some guy trying to get away from law enforcement. And Highway Patrol's not always there with that fancy catch net. They got that deal where they throw a net. It's like a Batmobile thing. They throw a net out at the guy. But the simple way to do it is just nudge him off the road in a controlled manner. I like it, and I know where you can buy a blue van cheap right now in Carbon County.
Yeah, Bakken said everybody in the department has some kind of emotional attachment to that blue van. It just ran out of its useful life. So they decided, hey, let's repeatedly hit it in part of our training to learn how to do these maneuvers.
A fitting end to the blue van. It's better than selling it on eBay. Let's beat the crap out of it.
The funny thing that he didn't really say, but can be safely implied, is someone had to be driving that van.
Ooh.
So imagine if you're the poor sap who has to be in that thing and getting hit and spun around all the time. I hope they got a bonus from that.
Yeah. It's probably low deputy on the totem pole. Maybe you get one of the dispatchers. I don't know. But yeah, that's the thankless job in that for sure. Before we talk about the tortoise, I want to talk about how did you find out I'm supposed to be a sports guy and you find out UW is going to be rocking a cool black uniform when they play the border war against CSU a couple weekends from now. It looks really neat.
Because I'm just that with it when it comes to UW sports.
Yeah.
No, someone passed that along to me. And they haven't even actually released the photos of the full uniforms yet. We just got those brief snippets from a video that they posted. But everyone's really excited about it. It's a way to do one of those novelty uniforms, which I'm sure you know, those are really common in all major sports. Yeah. But it's also a way to harken back to something that is truly Wyoming. So as opposed to just the camo uniform or something else that's, silly or gaudy just for the sake of it, novelty for novelty's sake, this is actually paying tribute to the biggest industry in Wyoming. Coal's been a part of Wyoming's economy since the beginning and probably even earlier. And for one game, which is a big game for the border war, UW is going to honor that legacy by going stark black and white.
That bronze boot is going to look real good, hoisted by a bunch of guys wearing black uniforms. The contrast.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's going to look nice. I am not a huge fan because I resist change. I'm like Coach Bowl. Coach Christensen loved the alternate jerseys, and he couldn't get enough of them during his era. When Bowl took over, he's like, I'm burning them all in a bonfire, man. We're going to wear brown and gold, and that's it. I'm with Bowl, but if you were going to rock a different scheme, do it for Cole. One time only against those sheep. I don't mind that.
Yeah, well, you can't improve on a classic, and I think everybody in Wyoming, it's brown and gold. Those are our colors. But if you're going to do a novelty uniform, you might as well do something that harkens back to something that's significant to the state that you're representing. So I think everybody who I've spoke to or has reacted to this is pretty happy with the idea that Wyoming's taking the opportunity to do a novelty uniform that actually reflects something about the state as opposed to just, here's pink for breast cancer awareness. Not that there's anything bad about promoting breast cancer awareness, but that's not necessarily a Wyoming thing. But Cole absolutely is.
Yeah. Cole, good thing. For the rest of the world, you get coal in your Christmas stocking, you've done something bad. In Wyoming, coal, good. And we're going to get all black coal uniforms. I like it. I like it a lot. Andrew Rossi, one of your main beats is dinosaurs. And when I think of dinosaurs, a tortoise is kind of like a modern day dinosaur. And you really bring us into the mind of a tortoise. You explained that when they get their mind set on something, they can be really dogged and determined. This tortoise had a little oops with his heat lamp. What happened?
Yeah, I'm just going to have to add tortoises to my beat now because I've encountered so many tortoise owners during my time at Cowboy State Daily. But yeah, we don't know what kind of tortoise it was that got caught in the fire in the greenhouse in Worland. But based on the size that the fire chief told me, it was probably a sulcata tortoise, and those are popular as pets. I know multiple sulcata tortoise owners just in the Bighorn Basin, alone in Wyoming. But yeah, they're docile, but they are determined. They rearrange their environment to their liking. They are surprisingly fast. They're very strong. And it's when their mind's made up to do something, they do it. Because I spoke to a tortoise owner last year who had an outdoor enclosure in Wapiti. He didn't think the tortoise could climb over the giant rock at the edge of it, but he did. And then he walked almost 2 miles uphill into the mountains before they found him. In this case, all we know is that this tortoise was wandering around his greenhouse, just free roaming, and he knocked over his heat lamp, which ignited the fire. And probably not an intentional act. I don't think the tortoise was an arsonist, but just wandering, nudges that over, falls down, catches fire on something, and then you've got a greenhouse inferno. But the tortoise did survive. It was a little worse for wear, but it's expected to recover.
It's funny, yeah, and the responders didn't want to handle the tortoise because they acknowledged it, like, we don't know how to, carefully handle. They went and got the owner, who probably just picked that up by the shell, but I don't know how you pick up a tortoise. But they were careful not to, to be careful with the tortoise. And
well, if you remember the cartoons you probably watched as a kid, Jake, whenever they picked up the tortoise would slide out of the shell.
Oh,
and that's a huge misnomer because the tortoise's backbone is actually attached to the top of the shell. So they didn't want to hurt the tortoise, and they knew it was heavy. So, you just don't want to manhandle and grab this thing. So once the fire was pretty well contained, they got the owner, and the owner was able to help them get in there and get it out the proper way to make sure that it wasn't harmed anymore. So they know how to rescue cats and dogs from fires. A 70-pound tortoise, that's quite a different matter.
Yeah, you don't see them every day. And when you do see them, they're usually trying to run away from home. Sweet Pea made it almost a mile uphill, a tortoise, in his high-speed getaway. Yeah, that was kind of fun. And a Worland greenhouse, tell me this is not Pumpkin King Jay's greenhouse.
No, I'd be hearing a lot more about it if it was, but
Yeah.
I don't think, I think Jay barely goes in his greenhouse. Yeah, I don't think he'd let a tortoise roam around in there while he's
Right.
trying to grow his perfect pumpkins.
Tortoise might snack on his prized pumpkins. Well, this is a good lesson because we're getting into cold season. We're all going to, many of us who keep chickens, especially heat lamps. Oh, man, they're the cause of so many fires. So be careful with the chicken coop. Be careful with the animals. You're trying to keep them warm. That's a good thing, but you never know when the tortoise is going to knock over that heat lamp. Good thing you had a shell to go hide in.
Yep, and I'll extend that to the fact that a lot of people have space heaters that they might put up to keep themselves warm too. It's the same thing. It's just a time of year when you're trying to stay warm, but if you're not careful, those things can get knocked over, or even while they're standing, and they can cause fires. You just have to be aware of that risk.
All right. Let's rock and roll all night, partying every day. Kiss, man.
Yeah.
Andrew, thanks for coming on. Have a great weekend.
You too, Jake.
Thank you. Andrew Rossi, Cowboy State Daily. Yeah, missing Ace Frehley, who apparently died penniless. Well, not penniless, but he didn't have no money. We'll talk about Ace later next hour. Right now, we got to take a break for top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. We're on radio stations across the state. Only the best would put us on, so that's good. We're also live on YouTube, X, Facebook, and on the homepage, Cowboy State Daily. If you miss us, run it back when it's convenient for you, archived wherever you download your favorite podcast. We are the Cowboy State Daily Show.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Authorities are saying they're one step closer to identifying the human remains discovered October 10th near a national park site in rural western Nebraska as those of missing Moorcroft man Chance Engelbert. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports Engelbert's family was able to identify several unnamed items found near the remains as belonging to him.
The Scottsbluff County Attorney's Office put out a statement today saying that they can't positively identify that it is Chance Engelbert. However, there were items found near his body that the family have identified as his. The next step is the remains will be sent to the Douglas County Coroner's Office in Omaha. They will then do the next steps in determining whether or not it is actually Chance Engelbert, and that will be done through DNA and dental records. And they'll also be determining the cause of death.
According to a media release, the Douglas County Coroner's Office in Omaha is assisting Gering Police in Nebraska with the forensic examination of the remains, including a forensic pathologist and scientists from the University of Nebraska. U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman on Wednesday announced she's urging the federal government to delist transgender treatments from Affordable Care Act coverage. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Representative Hageman joined 35 of her GOP colleagues in Congress in signing the letter that was sent to the head of the IRS.
They made some very strongly worded statements in their push to the Treasury Secretary, saying things like, we're seeing this rise in mental illness. There's been recent mass shootings by transgender people. Charlie Kirk's alleged killer was associated with a trans person. And so they were pointing to what they're calling a mental health crisis.
Sarah Burlingame, the leader of Wyoming's top LGBTQ advocacy group, told Cowboy State Daily that the letter weaponizes and Charlie Kirk's killing for political ends and thrusts divisive language onto Wyomingites as a whole. A recent ruling that says Wyoming's Rocky Mountain Power customers owe the utility $23.5 million didn't sit well with both the Wyoming Industrial Electric Consumers and the Wyoming Public Service Commission. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports both entities are appealing the ruling, but there will be strict parameters.
They're going to be restricted to only the arguments that were on the table at the time the case was decided. They're not going to be able to introduce any new evidence here. The court's going to look at it and decide whether there were any mistakes made on the part of the judge, or if for some reason new information does affect the case, the likely outcome there is the case goes back to the court for new consideration.
Now, as far as the more than $23 million owed to Rocky Mountain Power, no party will say how and when that amount would be paid to the utility. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Here in Wyoming, we look out for each other. For 80 years, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming has done just that. Through changing times and big moments, we are still your biggest champion. We make sure our friends and neighbors have health insurance that fits their lives. Changes are happening, so when it comes time to enroll, we'll be here. With local solutions, local people, and local care. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Let's make a plan together. Learn more at wyomingblue.com.
Green River leaders say they're ecstatic that the westbound interstate tunnel that was closed by a deadly 26-vehicle pileup in February is scheduled to reopen by late November. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the town is ready for the tunnel to reopen so the town can get their Main Street back.
For a few days after the devastating collision in the tunnel, they had traffic going through Green River while they set up the eastbound tunnel for two-way traffic. They're going to have eastbound traffic going through the town while they pull that two-way division out of the eastbound tunnel. But they're ready for it, and they're ecstatic to have their tunnels back.
3 people died in the fiery February 14th crash that prompted a $16 million rebuild. A new home in Casper isn't quite ready for an iconic 21-foot tumble-in cowboy statue that stood for years in Powder River. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports the debut is a bit delayed.
I talked to both the person that's doing the restoring of the neon lights and the man that's basically in charge of all the restoration, and they just said life has happened to them and they haven't been able to complete the project.
The one-of-a-kind neon statue will reside in downtown Casper outside the Yellowstone Garage and Bullhorn Brewery at the corner of West Yellowstone Highway and South Elm Street. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16, divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family. So I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed. It's been 15 years, and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Bill Sniffen is on. Bill, you might be my last chance of proving that I'm not crazy. Are you up for the task?
Well, let's give it a shot. I'm no doubt your oldest guest, so let's draw on some of that experience.
Yes. And I need some of that experience because we're going in the Wayback Machine back in the day when at a county fair or such thing, you could see an event where the fire department would play basically fire hose volleyball. There'd be a ball on a tethered on a wire, and they would shoot at it with their hoses and try to push with water the ball to the other side, sort of the opposite tug of war.
Jake, don't despair. You are, I have seen that so many times.
There we go.
So many times. And back, those were simpler times, but I always thought you were just a young guy. That's a little bit of ancient history, but it was, that was a classic. The fire departments were full of young veterans guys, and they're full of energy, and they would get they'd have their hoses, and they would be again trying to. It's sort of a tug of war in a way, but you had this ball up there, and you were trying to push it over the goal line. It was a lot of fun. My gosh, you thought it was a really big deal. It's a major sport. Yes, I've seen it many times. That was fire departments in the little town of Wadena, Iowa, where I grew up. It was every time there was an event, there was a fire department event of doing this. And then I was in Western Iowa, and they did it there all the time. And by the time I got to Wyoming, I got to be honest, I'm not so sure I recall seeing it in Wyoming. And maybe they did, but it was sure a Midwestern thing. Where did you see it when you were?
Yeah. I saw, back east, probably in New York. The reason they probably don't do it in Wyoming, or never did, or don't do it anymore, is it made a swamp out of the rodeo arena by the time they were done. It had to be the evening's ending event. Otherwise, because you can imagine the water, the muddy mess after. But I swear I remember it as a kid. But everybody looks at me like I'm crazy. The Googler didn't know anything.
I've seen many times, and it's just simpler times. Half the people didn't have TVs back in the day I'm talking about, and there were a lot more veteran parades. I mean, every time you turned around, here were veterans marching down the street, and those old boys were proud and dressed up, and you kind of thought those days would never end. And I got most of those old boys are gone now. So that was my dad's generation. So I think he'd be 106 right now. So yeah, those guys are gone. But and we miss them. We're proud of them, and I'm glad you brought up that memory, Jake. That's a good small town memory.
Aha! I didn't know what to call it. I guess it's called water ball. So if you Google that, you'll see it. And I'm going to share a photo of one of these events taking place. But yeah, you just don't see it anymore. I was reminded of it because of our guest, Grayson Buckingham, who founded DISA Technologies. And DISA kind of does this. They shoot with water nozzles. They shoot at dirt and rock and other mined material in order to separate out the good stuff, uranium, copper, and rare earth elements. It's genius, and it harkens back to fire department shooting at a water ball, I think.
Well, you know what? I listened to that interview, and I was not aware of their company, but I'm aware of what they're doing, this kind of approach. And well, the facts are that all over especially Western America, you had the mining companies came in, and they took all the easy stuff.
Yeah.
And a lot of times their ore piles are left with, if you can figure out a technology to extract the gold or the copper or whatever, there's a heck of a lot of money to be made. It's sort of the difference between the easy fast money and hard work slow money. And I've kind of over the years think I'd put my money on slow money and hard work, because these overburdened piles are just loaded with stuff because there was good stuff came out of it originally. But back then they used these little. I think they called a seine, maybe SEINE. I don't know, but anyway, but they weren't that fine, and so you could get you could get a lot of stuff. But anyway, I think these guys are onto something, and I really enjoyed listening to him. I'm kind of an old entrepreneur, so I love the people that can make entrepreneurial projects work. We need entrepreneurs desperately.
And especially something like this that uses new thinking, innovative new tech to go back and handle an old problem. To me, it's win-win. You're right. So many of the mining operations back in the 1800s, they were looking for the mother lode. And when the mother lode didn't appear, and when it got tough, and when the silver and gold and rare earths were less and less and less in that vein, they dropped their pickaxes and walked away. When the prices for it dropped, they walked away. Yes. And now we got all these empty mines and these surface strip mines, and it's ugly. And now a company has come back and says, you guys left a lot on the table, man. Watch how we're going to go extract all this. It's just genius. Good for Grayson and DISA. And I wish them well.
Well, let me tell you, you know how much I love the Red Desert, and there's a gorgeous area south of Lander at the northern end of the Red Desert called the Oregon Buttes. And I did a story with Dave Love, the late Dave Love, who's the most famous geologist in Wyoming. He was, the book Rising from the Plains was about him. But which, by the way, to anybody listening, if you haven't read Rising from the Plains, you're not an official Wyoming person.
You gotta read it.
But anyway, I did a headline, $2 billion in gold at Oregon Buttes. Well, the problem was it's literally scattered in flakes everywhere. I mean, there's gold all over, but it is absolutely impossible to figure out how to get it. And yet there were at times, because everybody knew it was there, there were some proposals where they would go just tear that desert up completely. And if they thought as the price of gold went up, it was economically feasible. And of course, smart people said, wait a minute, you're not going to tear the desert up. That's a fragile landscape. I'm certainly not anti-mining, but I am anti-tearing up my favorite. So it's but yeah, there's that they're everywhere, especially out here in the West. And then you get into the discussion of rare earths, which is probably would use a similar technologies. But yeah, I thought that was very interesting. Really, really good stuff, Jim.
What else has interested you over the week? Anything?
I thought I was looking at your list of speaker or guests, and I coming up on Halloween. I love candy, and Donnell's. I think it's Donnell's Candy down in Casper. Gosh, those guys make good candy. Oh my God.
Yeah,
they're dark chocolate, and as I recall, they might have a coconut something. I love coconut things, but I just am such an. I tell you what, Jake, I came this close to starting a company called Yellowstone Candy Company. And I just thought every tourist would take home a box of Yellowstone candy if you could just make it. And it was daunting. And this shows you my entrepreneurial spirit. But I used to own a liquor store, and don't ask me how I got that. It's a long story. And I found out it was a horrible business because you really make your money on the repeat customers, those people that come in every day, buy their 18 pack, or they buy their anyway, it's enough on that. But I sold the license and the inventory, and I had this big building full of coolers. And I thought, what could I do with that? And I thought, well, maybe I could start a candy company. And I was thinking Moose Tracks would be peanut clusters. Anyway, I never did it, but I've always had an interest in candy. And I think that these people that make their own candy, I'm just so impressed. And one look at my figure, and you can tell I've never passed by a candy stand. Yeah. but yeah, I thought that's going to be interesting. And again, like I said, but I'm looking here on some of my. We had a wonderful photo of sunrise photo. I think it was in today's Cowboy State Daily, and they referred to the snow as duck feathers falling down. And I thought, man, I'd never heard that before. And that was just the perfect description of those heavy, wet snowflakes that we get sometimes.
Yeah.
I just love those kinds of snowfalls, but I'd never seen that expression, and it was just perfectly done. But I have 3 ducks. There's Kanye and Pekin and Bully. And these guys have survived 2 or 3 winters at my house. And they're hardy ducks, but they're so fat they drag along the ground. And my wife feeds them corn, but they're boy, they see you coming, and they're guard ducks too. Because man, if somebody pulls in, they yak. It's funny, but I don't know. But I don't have a tortoise yet, and I've been wanting to get turtles because I do have some ponds. But that story about the tortoise that set his own place on. Okay, I thought, oh my gosh, that's That's a pretty good story, and anything by Andrew Rossi is a good story. But he'll write that up fine.
Who knew? Yeah, tortoises were such busybodies looking to get into trouble. I'm not surprised they have an escape idea. We heard about that one sweet pea that got out, got up over a barrier and walked a mile away. I mean, they live in confinement. That's their whole body. So they probably born with this notion they got to get away, get out. That was Chris DeSantis, by the way, that took that photo of snow and duck feathers up here. And a great photo.
Well, again, the idea of the tortoise and the hare. Here that tortoise or turtle or whatever you want to call it is plodding along, but he's always moving. And so, well, Jake, tell me, are we lining up some radio stations? Are we on the air around the state at this point?
Yeah, we're getting around. Let's see. Where is my list of radio stations? We're down in Pinedale now. We're in Torrington, Cheyenne, Riverton, Jackson, Sundance. We're getting around.
Well, that's so good. You have such a great show, and as we become more statewide, as you know, that's kind of my wheelhouse. I'm the accidental expert on Wyoming because I've made it my life work to go everywhere and try to know as much as I can. And I might remind your listeners that I will have my coffee table books for sale this Christmas. So they're the best Christmas gift you can ever get anybody, in my humble opinion. I've only sold 40,000 of them. So I mean, it is a proven commodity. But enough with my shameless plugs. Between selling my books and selling my motorhome, Jake, you may never either not allow me back or charge me. Or you'll have Todd Titus call me and say, Sniffin, the next time you go on the show, you're gonna have to, or we're going to send you a bill.
Bill even sells his theoretical candy, which he only thought about making. But
well, I'm in my 80th year, and it's not too late. I maybe I'll still start that company. I don't know. I just think that or if whoever does, send me a commission check or at least a box of chocolates.
Yeah. But gifts, as we get to the gift giving scene, gifts that are uniquely Wyoming play well outside of Wyoming. Like if you can buy this coffee table book, this coffee book from Bill Sniffen, nothing's more Wyoming than that.
No, there really isn't. Like I said, we've sold just a boatload of them. In fact, we're down to I think about 400 copies of one. There's 3 coffee table books, and I think we're down to 400 copies of one. The most popular one is called My Wyoming, and it's sold out. And then I have another one called Wyoming at 125, and it's kind of more of a history book, but it's I've got 800 copies left. So we've still got a fairly good inventory, but it's amazing that when you think of literally the container loads, semi-loads of books that we started with, we're down to that. But anyway, and over my shoulder, here's my, a few weeks ago, I wrote a column about Wyoming being part of 3 different countries at different times. But then it was also part of a 4th country, which is Texas. And if I can do this right, there you see that's the original Republic of Texas, and that little spur up there goes right up into Carbon County and maybe into Fremont County. But isn't that odd that was the Republic of Texas? That's what it looked like, and it stretched through Colorado and up into Wyoming. So we were part of France and Mexico and Britain over the years, and then that's the tri-territorial marker up there near Steamboat Mountain in the Red Desert. But then to the right of it, or to the east of that, in Carbon County, we were also part of the Republic of Texas. So anyway, to me, I find that so that's I always like to share factoids with you, Jake. And then we'll have a quiz to see if they're really true or not.
Yeah, then we'll do it. Yeah, we'll fact check it. Always got to fact check Bill all the time. I didn't know that about Texas. Now I knew, different nations at one time. Wyoming can trace back to when we were owned sight unseen by, France, England, whatever, Spain. But I didn't know about the tech. And I know a lot about Texas. I read Michener's book, which any James Michener book is this thick, Bill. Like,
yes.
And it was the history of Texas. And I didn't know that.
Yeah, I loved that book. I actually recently read it. It literally took me a year. I do audiobooks. It's what I mainly do, and I would stop that one because it's so very long. And I'd go get it. But it took me a year to finally listen to it all. But it was spectacular.
That should be required reading for any Texan.
Well, I also just read Centennial by him, which people assume that's about Colorado. It's based on a mythical town in Colorado called Centennial, but it actually is mainly around the Cheyenne area. It's an awful lot about that book is about Wyoming, and from Greeley north to Buffalo, Wyoming. So if you want to read a really wonderful historical book that has an awful lot about Wyoming in it, read Jane Michener's Centennial. It really is.
He's got another one about Alaska, the history. He is a researcher, man, and it tells the stories in a way that it doesn't feel like you're getting a history lesson. I mean, they're really inventive narrative and history. He researches stuff. Ooh.
Well, it's sort of like the idea that if you're lucky enough to find a book that you really like, that you enjoy, you really hate to see him end. And with Michener, that's like Ken Follett. He's another one, The Pillars of the Earth. Those are all 1,200-page books. But Jake, I also thought we should plug Cowboy State Daily. I think we announced today that we now have 100,000 daily subscribers.
Oh,
that's an unbelievable milestone. I mean, that's I can honestly say that when I was first started, I was the first columnist in Cowboy State Daily back in 2019, and I don't know. I think we had 800 subscribers, and then I was lucky enough to be the publisher for a little while during the COVID years. Man, I tell you what, we almost didn't make it. I mean, that was a very, very difficult time, but persevered. Jimmy Orr has always been our secret sauce. The guy is an absolute genius on digital media, and we just gradually grew and grew and grew. And, it's, 3 years ago, I think maybe 3.5 years ago, we were at like 20,000. So we're 5 times bigger. I mean, it's astonishing. And I think the biggest subscriber, I could be wrong, Casper Star, I think, had 45,000 daily subscribers, which was astonishing because those are all paid subscribers. The Cowboy State Daily, these are free subscribers. Still, this is by far the biggest media, I think, in Wyoming history. And so, but 100,000, I'll tip my hat to everybody.
That's a lot.
And listening to Grayson talk about the fun ride of entrepreneurship, this has been a fun ride. And now we've got all this radio and video stuff. And anyway, Jake, it's a tremendous success story for Wyoming. And one of the things that was always driving it was the idea that literally for almost my entire time in Wyoming, you would get up in the morning and read the Casper Star Tribune. I mean, they did a great job of covering the state. And but because economics and just what happened to newspapers, they pulled way back. And I remember back in 2018 that I was lamenting, I think I did in one of my columns, that we don't have a statewide media anymore because, and I think because the company that owned Casper Star also owned the Billings Gazette. So that, like the Bighorn Basin, kind of relied on the Billings Gazette rather than the Casper Star. And so in a way, that company was still covering Wyoming, but it wasn't the same. If you lived in Cody, you were reading essentially a different newspaper than I was reading in Lander. Anyway, I'm not knocking them at all. Those are the realities of business. But I think Cowboy State Daily now has taken that place. That I think people get up in the morning and they check the Cowboy State Daily to see what's going on in Wyoming. And to me, I've got a philosophy that Wyoming, because we have so many of our population centers are on the edges of the state, you end up with Southwest Wyoming being Salt Lake oriented, the Bighorn Basin being Billings oriented, Southeast Denver oriented, Gillette area being Rapid City oriented. So what knits the state together? Well, what knits it together, I think, are UW sports, our weather knits us together. But I think some media that does this job knits us together, and I think Cowboy State Daily is achieving that, and Cowboy State Daily Radio through Jake is doing a big part of that. So thanks to you, buddy. You're helping to make all this work.
Nah. Well, not to dislocate our shoulder, patting ourselves on the back, but yeah, in a time of shrinking newsrooms, which left the door open. I mean, Casper Star Tribune was the state paper, but shrinking newsrooms everywhere. No one's growing except for Cowboy State Daily. And who is telling the story statewide? It is a difficult state to cover. Just weather-wise, it could be sunny and 70 in one town and snowing and 40 in another. I mean, to cover the whole state is not easily done, and nobody is doing it outside of maybe Wyoming Public Radio, and they're radio-centric with little news, digital news, and they come with an agenda from the left side. So yeah, Cowboy State, if you want to reach the state and learn about the state and hear about the state, it is Cowboy State Daily. I mean, where else would you go?
Well, again, it's and huge kudos to Wayne Hughes and again the folks that really believed in this whole concept. It's great. Well, again, like I said, I'm sorry my arm is hurting from patting ourselves on the back. but as somebody who's really been there just about from the very beginning, it's been a fantastic ride, and it's a true milestone. And I'm hoping to get the chance to maybe write up something on that. We'll see. But I don't know, Jake. I'm thinking of looking at my notes here that one of my next columns is going to be a column called God's Dog, and it's about the arrival of horses in the West and the effect it had on Indian tribes. And in 1851, Fort Laramie in Wyoming was literally the epicenter of the West. Nothing happened in Western America without happening at Fort Laramie, Wyoming. And they had this gigantic meeting of, I think, 15 tribes to do this major treaty. And the Indian tribes, most of them showed up. And I remember I actually read this in the book Centennial, where the guy in charge of Fort Laramie only has 160 soldiers. And here were, anyway, literally thousands and thousands and thousands of members of these tribes. But they ended up moving the whole thing down by Borington to the aptly named Horse Creek because there were 45,000 horses there. Because the Indian tribes are transient, they don't really live in one place, and their wealth were their horses.
Yeah, so and prior to the arrival of horses, it was the dog primarily that was called upon to drag the teepee to the next place, and then the horse comes along. And yeah, some of the Indian names for horses were this, like God's dog, the greatest dog, because they can pull more, they can carry more, and they can even carry us.
It was just an amazing story, and so I'll be writing something about that. But it's just a fun thing to reflect. Again, I was talking about the desert a while ago, and I always like to be in the desert and stand out there and try to imagine. You're in the middle of this place, but you don't have a horse. you're literally traveling on foot, and I'm thinking, My Lord, but that's the way it was, But it's a, yeah, God's dog. That was about 45, and they did not long after that, they did a census of the Arapaho tribe in Wyoming, and I think they had 2,600 members of the tribe and 15,000 horses. They were excellent horse breeders.
Bill Sniffen is a guy who remembers that famous Kiss song, Been Through the Desert on a Horse with No Name. You're happy to have a horse in the desert.
God's dog.
And he remembers the water ball that the fire departments used to play. Hey, thanks. We got to get the Candyman in here. He's ready to go.
Jake, good to see you, buddy.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Donnell's Candy, Donnell Chocolate up next after this.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuff.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa. Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily showing up finally Friday. We got a special treat for our listeners. I mean a treat, a sweet treat. Casper's Donnell's Candy. This is the idea of Don and Elma. What a great idea. And we're into a fourth generation now of the Candy Man. Mike Stepp joins us. He's the guy who's in charge of stewarding this famous chocolate shop, candy shop in Casper to the next generation through the next decades. This place, family tradition, I guess, is the song we should be playing. Hank Jr.'s family tradition. Mike, you're just carrying on an old family tradition, huh?
That's right. My parents actually started a store in Colorado Springs in 1951, then sold that one and used the capital from that to open the one in Casper in 1956. So next spring will be 70 years here in Casper.
Mm.
That's a tradition.
Yeah, that's
and you're right. It is a family. My son is my partner, and his wife works in here. His daughter works in here. I've had grandchildren in here, so it's we're working on a fourth generation right now.
I love the way things started. You mentioned Colorado. Take us back to now. Don and Elma's mom and dad, John and Ruth, that was back in Kansas.
That was Kansas, and they worked just odd jobs through the Depression. My grandfather finished on the railroad and retired from as a railroad worker. So when my dad got out of the Navy after World War II, he and my mom were high school sweethearts. Back it up even a little farther.
Yeah,
literally grew up across the street from each other. And when my dad got out of the Navy, he caught up with my mom where she was in Greeley. Her parents had sold their businesses in Hayes and wound up in Greeley as real estate brokers. And so my dad, when he got out of the Navy, he had no job. He needed someplace to be, someplace to work, and if he was going to get married. And he walked down the street one day and saw this sign up in this little candy shop, dishwasher needed, and he'd had no luck finding anything. So he walked in the door, said, "Here's your guy." Yeah. And he started washing dishes, and they liked him right away and taught him how to make a few things, and eventually became the manager there. And my mom worked in there. She quit the photography shop she was working at so she could be near him and work with him. And they decided to start their own store in Colorado Springs. They had family that had moved there by that time. And after the Korean War, they felt that the economy in Colorado Springs was just tourist-based at that point. And they felt like they needed to get out of there. So again, they had family here in Casper, said, "Hey, we're in a boom." Imagine that. They had an oil boom in Casper, Wyoming. But anyway, they came up here and Dad found a spot right away. And by the time he got back to tell my mom, why, Tom Sanderson had already called to let him know that he wanted to sign a lease. So they moved up and gosh, that was 69 years ago. It's hard to believe.
I love stories that start out that way when a family business and your dad, he's in the Navy, and while he's there, mom and dad move from Kansas to Greeley. They say, "Oh, by the way, we live somewhere else now." He comes back to Colorado, and I love when you learn the business from the ground up, because that gives you some investment. Like you start out as the dishwasher, as the guy sweeping a broom, and before you know it, you own a candy empire in Casper, launched on St. Patrick's Day, March 17th, 1956.
That's correct. My mom was half Irish, Ross.
There you go.
And she wanted something that represented that, and they wanted to merge their names together. So that's where the Donnell came from.
Yeah.
They spelled it a little differently so that because O'Donnell is a common Irish name, they didn't want somebody to get upset about that. So they kind of changed it a little bit so that it really represented them.
Yeah, talk about your involvement, Mike. I think like a lot of kids, you did not envision yourself being in candy. You thought, well, I'm going to go to college. I'm going to do something else. And you found out that...
Believe it or not, I started out as a music major. I quit that right away.
Yeah.
I just didn't have the patience for some of the things outside of music. You have to like everything that goes into something to or at least tolerate the things that you don't like.
Yeah.
And then I knocked around through several different majors and finally went back to work for my dad and said, well, I'd been working anyway through college. And I said, I think I want to do this. That's after years of saying I never want to do this.
Yeah.
But I literally grew into it up from the ground up. There was no such thing as daycare back then. So I was crawling around here, and I was here in the middle of things and started really helping gift wrap and things like that when I was 6 or 7. So started making candy when I was 12. It was, and my son Ryan the same way. He took to it. Some of the others liked being around us, liked being around my parents. Who wouldn't love to be around your grandparents all day? And
or
didn't
be
really take to it though, like he did.
Or be the taste tester, I imagine, when you're a kid.
Yeah.
One of your jobs, like, how do you like this
we have
chocolate?
plenty of volunteers for that.
Oh, yeah.
But you know, we have to do quality control, so
yeah,
we're forced to eat it.
Now, I want you to tell me about the secret, because the secret is really hard work, no shortcuts. The way you make better chocolate, Mike, I've heard you describe it, is you got to put in the work. It takes time. If you want to get quick from A to B, a lot of times you're going to leave out the quality, and you had to find that out sometimes the hard way. The better chocolate, the better candy, it takes time and it takes hard work, and you still do that.
You've got it exactly right. Start out with good ingredients.
Yeah.
And even then you can mess things up even now after 50 years, 60 years of doing it.
Yeah.
I can still mess things up, but you're right there, and you're creating something with your hands that people love. And how can you have a bad day when you're selling somebody chocolate?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lot of work, but plenty of skill and just a lot of patience to really do it right. And it is a different product than an automated one. It really is. You go to a fancy restaurant and a 3-star chef cooks up something for you. You expect it to be that perfect plate, not something that you got at a fast food joint. And so that's what we try to do. We try to present it right. We try to make it right. Use fresh ingredients where we can. There are still some processed ingredients, and chocolate making by itself is such a science now. We buy it already made and get one of the highest grades we can find, and always have. And so the price isn't what you find in the grocery stores necessarily, but the quality is there for that price.
Yeah.
And there's other companies that do it well too, but it's really different to be out here in Wyoming and in Casper. We're kind of isolated. We're on an economic island. Sometimes the rest of the world doesn't even know we're here, right? But it's gone really well. The internet has helped.
Yes, I want to talk about the online sales, the ability of anybody anywhere to purchase your product. But, coming up now on a 70-year tradition and 70 years of expectation. People expect when they go to Donnell's Chocolate, when they go to the shop, there's a standard you have to meet every day. Every day you got to prove yourself, and you've come a long way from Don and Elma's candy shop. You've moved a couple times. You've gotten bigger and bigger. Tell me about through the years, the 1995 relocation. 2007, you added ice cream. Genius. You expanded in 2014 to a pretty big place now. You got espresso bar going. I mean, this place has grown since 1956.
It has. The first store was kind of small, and the shopping center added on. And so Mom and Dad took a larger space just down the end of the row in the strip mall there. And we outgrew that a couple of times. They remodeled, moved storage up on the hill, and the shopping center built in a storeroom for some of the tenants. And so we took over about half of that up there. So in 95, why the shopping center was being remodeled for a new Albertsons store, we had no place to be for 18 months. And I determined that downtown was a good location at that point. It was coming back. When the mall, Eastridge Mall had opened, it had hurt downtown a lot. And Casper had grown enough to be able to easily support everything. And downtown was revitalizing, starting to grow again. And so I found a space downtown that had, obviously we were looking for some place we could move in with little remodeling expense. And it had water and gas and good space for a cooking kitchen. And we moved it down here, and it's great being downtown. We're in the middle of small town business people, and everybody knows everybody else, and it's almost like a family.
Yeah, well, it's a family tradition you're carrying on. It's the dream of Don and Elma Stepp, carried out today, still today, and with some modern twists. For instance, you can buy product online. You got to do things online nowadays. DonnellsChocolates.com is where you can find online, find the website. Donnell is Donnells, Donnell's Chocolates, Donnell Candy, and this is the Candy Man, Mike Stepp. I won't ask you to lip sync the song Candy Man.
Wrong again.
I saw that video. I saw it, Mike.
Did you see that? That was a fun project for the Self-Help Center. It's their fundraiser every year, and they asked us to join in. And I don't think we raised as much money as some of them that really worked hard, but it was a heck of a lot of fun for a great cause.
Yeah. Yeah, that looked like fun. Well, this guy just carrying on an old family tradition. Mike Stepp and Donnell's Candy, Donnell's Chocolates. You'll find him in Casper or anywhere worldwide online. Mike, thanks.
Thanks a lot.
Get back to making
downtown
the sweets.
Casper in the Atrium Plaza.
Yes,
you can't
sir.
miss us.
I'll send them your way.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Have a great weekend. That's Mike Stepp. Cowboy State Daily. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more after this.
Tired of the same old Saturday snooze fest? Wake up with your buddy Bags, John Baggett, on Cowboy State Daily Radio, where the coffee's strong, the opinions are stronger, and absolutely nothing is off limits, except maybe fashion advice from Bags. Trust us. From 6 to 10 a.m., we're talking rodeos and radios, teachers and preachers, UFOs and barbecues. 1 minute it's serious journalism, the next it's, did he just say that on air? Yes, he did. We chat with movers, shakers, and occasional fakers. We call out scammers, celebrate winners, and sometimes talk to people who swear they've seen Bigfoot buying tacos. Join the madness. Text, call, or email your thoughts, rants, and snack recommendations to 307-278-9598 or wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Catch the chaos live on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook Live, or X, or binge the archives later when you're pretending to work. Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, where curiosity meets cowboy coffee. See you Saturday morning. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. I want to check out this day in history. And this day in well, actually, let's hold off on that, because one of the items I find hard to believe, and I'm actually going to fact check something. Yes, on this day in history, your radio host Jake decided to fact check something that came out of his mouth. I know it's pretty rare, but I'm going to do it just on your behalf. I don't want to spread misinformation. So we'll hold off till next hour for this day in history. I do want to talk about some more Cowboy State Daily stories, including these bull elk that were poached, shot illegally in Colorado. It's just horrid. Poaching makes my blood boil like few other crimes. Animals deserve better. 4 trophy bull elk illegally killed. Colorado poachers could face lifetime ban. In Colorado, they have a little harder, harsher, stricter, stronger laws on poaching. Wyoming, poaching, it's just not hard enough. They'll take your gun and you're not allowed to hunt for like a year. We got to go way harder on poachers. 1 strike and you're out. If you shoot something out of season, you shoot something without a tag, and especially if you leave it to waste, you're never going to hunt legally again. And we're taking your firearms and we're finding you. We're taking all your crap. We're taking the truck you drove there in. That's how we should do it anyway. Mark Hines says the story about a poaching case one wildlife official said is the worst he's ever seen. 4 trophy-sized bull elk. Huge racks. And we're not talking somebody shot them in order to take their rack. In order to, like, usually when somebody poaches a bull elk, they do it out in the middle of nowhere. They don't have a tag for that bull elk. They might have a cow-calf tag or something, or no hunting license. And they just can't resist that trophy elk. And you'll find when it's all said and done, a bull elk laying there dead, and its head is sawed off, or its horns are sawed off. In this case, 4 bull elk were found abandoned, intact, just shot near a road. This happened on 4 different ranches in the Los Animas County, Colorado. Terrible. Investigators suspect the elk were shot at night under the cover of darkness. Mike Brown is an area wildlife manager for CPW, Colorado Parks and Wildlife. He's trying to put this case together. He said, this is something I've never seen. He said these elk were all killed in close proximity of roads. That tells me this was not accidental. Yeah, nothing about this is accidental. 4 trophy elk shot and left. Charges, penalties, fines could add up to $45,000. Even more so, we're talking if we catch these poachers, they should never own a firearm again. The elk were shot illegally September 13th, September 26th, September 27th, near the communities of Stonewall and Picket Wire in Colorado. Of the 4 bull elk that were poached, 1 was shot and abandoned whole. 1 was wounded, still alive, and had to be put down by authorities. Another carcass had the back straps removed. The 4th had its head removed, no meat taken. So they did take 1 trophy with them. This area is southern Colorado where it borders with New Mexico. Just terrible, terrible. Anybody with information, call Operation Game Thief. 1-877-265-6648 or email game.thief@state.co for colorado.us. $1,000 reward offered if you know anything about the poaching of these bull elk. Just awful, awful, awful. Mark Hines has the story. Mark Hines, who is currently out hunting legally right now as we speak. I think he's hunting this weekend. But yeah, terrible to hear about stuff like that. Cowboy State Daily Show rolling on a Friday. We're into the final hour. We'll get your buddy Bags in here. Mac Watson, the news guy, in to the discussion. And we will get to this day in history, which is October 17th. Thanks for spending your Friday morning with us, however you're doing it, on Facebook, X, YouTube, on the website, cowboystatedaily.com, or on a radio station you love. We love them too. Run it back on demand when you're ready, wherever you find your favorite podcasts. We are the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Orion Schlesinger pleaded guilty Thursday to conspiring to ambush and kill his video gaming friend Dakota Farley the night of February 1st and 2nd in Big Piney. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Schlesinger's partner in the crime, Rowan Littauer, who's accused of firing the fatal shot with a compound bow, is still on track for trial.
The prosecutor furnished what they call the factual basis. He said that after the killing, Schlesinger and his co-defendant, Rowan Littauer, were in a selfie that Littauer shot in which Schlesinger bore a toothy grin.
Court documents say that Schlesinger and Littauer walked more than a mile in the frigid night in February of this year to Farley's Big Piney home, and that Littauer shot Farley twice with a compound bow and arrow, killing him. Authorities are saying they're one step closer to identifying the human remains discovered October 10th near a national park site in rural western Nebraska as those of missing Moorcroft man Chance Engelbert. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports Engelbert's family was able to identify several unnamed items found near the remains as belonging to him.
The Scottsbluff County Attorney's Office put out a statement saying that they can't positively identify that it is Chance Engelbert. However, there were items found near his body that the family have identified as his. The next step is the remains will be sent to the Douglas County Coroner's Office in Omaha, and with the help of forensic scientists and forensic pathologists, they will then do the next steps in determining whether or not it is actually Chance Engelbert, and that will be done through DNA and dental records. And they'll also be determining the cause of death, whether or not it was accidental or if there was foul play.
According to a media release, the Douglas County Coroner's Office in Omaha is assisting Gering Police in Nebraska with the forensic examination of the remains, including a forensic pathologist and scientist from the University of Nebraska. A pit maneuver is a word associated with law enforcement to stop a moving vehicle or end a chase. But as Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports, the Carbon County Sheriff's Office is using decommissioned vans to teach their deputies how to stop someone who's trying to elude the law.
PIT is an acronym for a precision immobilization technique. It's also known as tactical vehicle intervention. The Carbon County Sheriff's Office just acquired a fleet of new police pursuit vehicles that are specially designed for this technique, so they're able to do pit maneuvers without damaging the vehicle, at least extensively damaging the vehicle that does the maneuver. And that's what's needed if you're going to pull this off.
Carbon County Sheriff Alex Backen tells Cowboy State Daily that vehicle pursuits are a reality in Carbon County, with the I-80 and highways 130, 287, and 789 crisscrossing the county. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Here in Wyoming, we look out for each other. For 80 years, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming has done just that. Through changing times and big moments, we are still your biggest champion. We make sure our friends and neighbors have health insurance that fits their lives. Changes are happening, so when it comes time to enroll, we'll be here. With local solutions, local people, and local care. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Let's make a plan together. Learn more at wyomingblue.com.
Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon slammed federal energy permitting delays, which he called ridiculous, on Thursday at a Montana Governor's Summit. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports the conference was attended by many like-minded politicians who want to ramp up energy production sooner rather than later.
Governor Gordon was on stage with Governor Gianforte from Montana, 2 other governors, and they all had some strong opinions about federal regulation when it comes to developing energy resources in their states and territories.
Governor Gordon also said that it's time to innovate, not regulate, energy. And U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman on Wednesday announced she's urging the federal government to delist transgender treatments from Affordable Care Act coverage. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Representative Hageman joined 35 of her GOP colleagues in Congress in signing the letter that was sent to the head of the IRS.
They made some very strongly worded statements in their push to the Treasury Secretary, saying things like, we're seeing this rise in mental illness. There's been recent mass shootings by transgender people. Charlie Kirk's alleged killer was associated with a trans person.
Sarah Burlingame, the leader of Wyoming's top LGBTQ advocacy group, tells Cowboy State Daily that the letter weaponizes mass shootings and Charlie Kirk's killing for political ends. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Welcome back from your top of the hour news for all our radio affiliates. This is the Cowboy State Daily Show Friday edition. Mac Watson's with us. Mac, now we know the secret. I don't need to ask you because I heard you say it.
Okay.
I believe it was Thursday. You're one of those guys who pronounces aunt.
Yes. You step on an ant. Your relative is an aunt. There is a huge difference.
You would never step on your aunt.
No, you wouldn't step on your aunt. No.
Okay, so we're just getting to know you, Mac. So excuse me if I'm trying to learn more about who is Mac Watson, the relatively new news guy for Cowboy State Daily. Aunt, you're one of the aunt guys. So that means, therefore, ipso fatso, what do you call the vessel you put flowers in?
A vase.
Oh, you're not going to go vase. You're not going to go
vase.
Okay.
No, I'm not that, old money, upper crusty Rockefeller type.
You're not.
And I don't say draft, it's draft. I don't say draft.
That was our pretentiousness test, and you passed.
Yes, thank you. But I will correct you on who and whom. I do it to my daughter all the time.
Yes.
And now she's starting to do it to her teachers in school. So that's been a fun time.
She's carrying on the Watson tradition. Yeah. It's
right. Well, as a former recovering English major, I mean, I know what I know. And I'm going to say comparable, not comparable. That drives me nuts.
That's one. Yep.
Yeah.
That's one. Interesting. Okay.
My wife, I know she'll hate me for saying this. My wife cannot say the word picture. She says picture. It's picture. And what is now you got me started, man. Now you got me started. And what is it with this younger generation? God, I sound like an old man.
Yeah.
My kids and people in their 20s do not pronounce double T's. It's kitten. Not kitten. They say kitten or button.
Yes.
Where did that come from?
Or even worse, even one T, mountain.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They don't pronounce the double T. Yeah, where did it go?
I
don't understand how that happened.
That is, see, I appreciate people that have an ear for language. Some people don't even hear this. I hear this. We hear it.
No.
Yeah. Mountain.
My wife doesn't know the difference between pin, pen, and pan.
Oh.
She says pin for a pen and for a knitting pin. She says pin. And she says measure. That's a different pronunciation too.
Oh,
most people say measure.
Yes.
She says measure.
Yes. Is she Southern?
No. Born and raised in Wyoming. She was born in Casper and raised in Cody. So I don't know where. I don't think it's a regional thing. Like aunt, I don't think is regional either. I just think it's what your parents say. That's what I think. But
yeah.
I mean, we're not all John F. Kennedy, with decade. It's decade, John. Knock it off. Come on.
These things are important, especially for someone who makes their living in words. I mean, Mac Watson. Yeah, absolutely.
I got in trouble once. I swear, this is a true story, and you'll appreciate this, Jay, because it's a radio story. We all know how bad program directors can be, and you don't want to get hotlined. I got hotlined because I said heat indices, not heat indexes.
Yeah.
Nobody knows what that word is. Nobody knows what the word indice is. Yeah, but that's what it is.
Yes.
The plural of indexes is indices.
Yeah.
I can't help it. You didn't go to a private Catholic all-boys school like I did and get a truly liberal, small L, liberal education, dude, a classical education. No. Oh, I got reamed for that. But anyway, at least I didn't get fired, whatever.
No, I mean, it's like, excuse me for being correct, but there's
exactly.
There's sometimes you are asked to, or you are influenced to dumb it down for Wyoming.
Yes.
Yes. For instance, I took a swim in the creek. I do find myself saying crick. And roof.
Roof.
Santa's up on the roof.
Right. Instead of the roof.
Right.
Yeah. And I mean, there are regional things, I mean, if you're from Boston, the clams were like rubber.
Yeah.
But if you're from New York, it's more like don't park your car in the harbor. Right. And then you get down into the mid-Atlantic, people from Philly say water. And then Maryland has the Baltimore O.
Yeah.
Like the Rockets' red glare O say, can you see by the dawn's early light? And then you get down to Virginia, and the Virginia southern sound is like foghorn leghorn. I say that, son. And then you get into North Carolina, it becomes a little slower, a little more drawl.
Yeah.
And then you get into East Texas, and East Texas is up here. How you doing? West Texas is down here. How are you all doing?
Right.
Yeah. Isn't that weird?
Yeah. You're right about that.
Yeah. So my wife thinks I have an accent because I'm from the East Coast, but my mom's from New England. My dad is from Baltimore. So I have this like weird middle ground thing that my wife's like, you've got an accent. I'm like, no, I don't, but I don't hear it.
Yeah.
So every once in a while I'll say electricity instead of electricity. That kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Boise.
Right.
Yeah. And so Yeah, we're talking about different dialects, usually regional. Usually, whatever your parents did is what you're going to do. What came out, the way it came out of their mouth, is how it comes out of your mouth. And then, in the radio world, there was a time when you were encouraged to have a standard dialect, something neutral, which is Ohio without the nasalness, basically.
Yeah. Or St. Louis. St. Louis was the one town that news anchors would go to to hear people how they talk. But I mean, this was a long time ago.
Yes.
You would go to St. Louis and watch the news and listen to the radio to hear how those anchors talk, because that was the city in America that they said had no accent.
Yeah. Interesting.
But then I've seen it in families too. So my mom's from Rhode Island. She has the New England, how you doing? What's going on? Your cousin just got a PSDs. She got a what? She got PSDs. She just got he is pissed. But my aunt has no New England accent. How that happened, I don't know.
Weird.
Yeah.
Nobody's from Rhode Island.
Nobody will admit it. You're right.
So small. I love Rhode Island has some of the best roads I've driven on. You have every 5 miles there's a roadside phone in case there was a crash.
Oh yeah.
It's I like Rhode Island.
True. And I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, Newport is gorgeous. I mean, there are certain certain sections, but they were always overshadowed by Boston, and they were more of a mob town than Boston because there was more of the textile industry in Rhode Island. So Rhode Island was like the third largest mob town in like the 50s and 60s. So we would go out to Little Italy in Providence, and my grandmother would sit there and go, "That's where Jimmy the Snake got whacked. Oh, look, it's Harry Belafonte, Jr. But hey, come over here." And all these mob guys, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Somebody got killed over here and we're eating clam sauce? Well, what are we doing here? So,
the Jersey Turnpike, every rest area is named for somebody that got offed in that area.
Right.
This is Jimmy the Nose. This is where he bought it. As you take a bathroom break on.
Yeah, really.
Well, I appreciate somebody who's got an ear for it, just because so many people just don't hear it. You have a real ear for words and for the way people talk.
Yeah, you try. And like you said, regionally, some people will stand out versus others, depending. The Maine accent is different than the Rhode Island accent, is different than the New York accent, as you go down the coast and across the country. And there was a comedian who actually, I think it was Fred Armisen, by the way. I think it was Fred Armisen who actually took you through each and every region and state and did the accent correctly.
Oh, neat.
It was really cool.
That's hard to
really
do.
cool.
Yeah. Huh.
Hey, I thought you were going to get a haircut. Weren't you going to get a haircut?
I have to. It's terrible.
I don't know how. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm totally jealous. Your genetics are much superior to mine. But I don't. I get a haircut every 3-4 weeks. You could go every week and a half?
Week and a half. Oh, you mean
your hair grows? Your hair grows really fast.
Yes, I should do every week and a half, but I go months, and here's what happens. This is. Yeah.
You look like, you've got your COVID haircut going on, Remember we didn't get haircuts for months?
We all became hermits. Yeah. Unrecognizable.
Right.
And then, surprisingly, it coincided with the emergence of Zoom. So no one could hide legitimately.
That's right.
You'd be like, "Ooh, look at this guy."
That's right. Yeah, right.
Look what's happened to him. Yeah, that's true. I remember those days.
So is it just lazy, or you don't like your barber, or what? You can't just get motivated to get a haircut?
No, I legit haven't had time, man.
Oh, I see.
I'm doing this gig. I got my DJ stuff. I
Yeah.
don't know. I will. I do have to. For those of you on radio, Mac is describing a hair that would frighten small children and has. Yes, it's.
You
bad.
look like a troll doll that somebody shook a little bit, and it's going everywhere. It's going everywhere.
Yeah.
But again, I'm jealous. I make fun because I'm jealous, dude. You've got great hair. You really do.
It's time in the hair cycle where I'm using a lot of product or a hat because it's just, it's out of control.
Right.
Mac, in the news this week, I wanted to get your opinion or what your general temperature on two stories that both concern missing people. Jen Coker has the one, Gearing, Nebraska, and then the other, you get no answer to a missing person. Like, where did this person ever go? Vanished.
Right.
And then
Right.
you may get an answer and you have to match it with a database missing person. It's just two in this news cycle this week. Fascinating stuff.
Yeah, I actually talked to Jen Coker, the great reporter, about the Chance Engelbert case, and she was telling me stuff that it just really we could figure this out. Like usually you think, okay, if somebody's missing, and I don't know whether this has happened to you or not in your life. I hope to God it hasn't. But my first job, this is my second career. My first job was in publishing, and our art director just didn't come into work, just didn't come in.
Yeah.
And disappeared off the face of the earth. And we never found out where he went. And basically the cops said, if you're over 18, you can go whenever you want. And the cops theorized that this guy just moved on, just left town, right? But there's always that sneaking, nagging suspicion. Well, what if he fell into the harbor or, flipped a car? We've heard those stories. Flipped a car into a lake or a pond or something like that, and they don't find the car for decades.
Yeah.
So this Chance Engelbert, the missing remains were found in an area. I don't know whether if on Cowboy State Daily, you can see some of the pictures. If you look at the pictures, this guy supposedly was last seen on video in a small town, but these remains were discovered off the beaten path. Why would you ever go that far out? So I'm really curious now. I'm all in on this Jen Coker story about Chance Engelbert, the Moorcroft man. Okay, they found remains, and the family did identify some of the items that they did find. What was he doing there?
Yeah.
Where the remains were found?
Yeah, and Jen talked to some Gearing resident who walks the dogs all the time. He's like, yeah, people use this park. They don't use that part of the park because there's no trails. He's like,
right. And Jen calls it bushwhacking. Why would you bushwhack off the beaten path when you were trying to get somewhere else?
Doesn't make sense. There's even if we find out this is Chance Engelbert, and there's 99% chance it is, I mean, we're getting close. We just have to have science confirm it. Then you've got so many more questions. What was he doing there? One guy's like, if you were going to walk to Torrington from Gearing, Nebraska, which is not impossible, 35 miles, you would not be here. This is not where you go.
No, you would never, ever go this direction because it doesn't lead you to anywhere.
Yeah.
So where are you going?
This is weird. This is very
and then of course
weird.
the other story, the cave that was, or the skull that was found in the cave.
Yeah.
And then somebody reads that story and contacts us and says, my aunt disappeared about 107 years ago.
Here you go
and
with
here's
the
the
aunt.
backstory. She lied at the age of 16 to get married to this dude.
Yes.
And then he comes back and says, well, she didn't want to be married anymore. She's gone. I don't know where she is. And then in the 1920 census says, I'm a widow.
How would he know that? Yeah.
Bingo.
I know. I was then fascinated to go rediscover this missing persons case. We got a head without a body, a skull with nothing else in a cave.
Right.
That's weird. And then this reader comes forward, said that could be my long lost aunt. And then I did go back and read the newspaper articles of the day, and it's fascinating. 16-year-old ranch girl runs off with a irresistible 39-year-old sheep herder, and they have a 3-day marriage. It just, news is amazing.
So many questions,
Yeah. Well, I hope you don't go missing. I hope you're here for a while, man. It's been fun hearing you do the news. Someone who knows how to speak properly.
I hope. I hope. I say potato every once in a while. So.
The indices would indicate that you do know how to speak pretty good. You speak real good. You speak
English real good.
You speak real purty.
Yeah, there you go.
Mac, thank you. Have a great weekend.
Take care.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Your buddy Bags coming in next after these.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Get on it.
Yeah, buddy.
Get down on it.
Hey, where were you in 1945 on this day?
Yeah, no, hey. Probably twinkle in somebody's eye, as they say, somewhere down the road.
I'm trying to verify whether an 11-year-old girl near Worland shot and killed a 700-pound bear with a .22 on this day in 1945.
I've been known to be a pessimist at times, and I'm leaning that way as online misinformation.
As a fake news.
I hate to do that, but I don't know.
I wonder, here's the thing, I wonder if it's not confused with an actual news story written by Mark Hines last summer in the Cowboy State Daily. Grandma killed a huge grizzly with one shot from a .22. This happened in Canada, and she was a grandmother, 63-year-old. So
I can relate. I've done that to a prairie dog with a .22.
Wow, yeah, prairie dog.
I can, great white hunter bags that I am.
Yeah. What's
skeptical.
What's
I
tomorrow
got to tell
shaping
you,
up
man,
like?
it's so busy. Usually I tune you in. I got your that beautiful face up on the big screen in the other room on
Ooh.
YouTube. This morning, it's just gone bananas. I work a couple other jobs.
Yeah.
And that phone started ringing about 6:45. Okay. The wife's traveling, so it's just me and Waylon here this weekend. And it is one thing after another. Next thing I know, it was 9 o'clock, and I was said, "Hey, are we rocking it this morning on the Jake Nichols show?" So here we go. So I hope it was a good show. I just haven't seen any of it.
It was, yeah. We had a candy guy, Mike Stepp. If you ever been to Casper and gone to Donnell's Chocolates Candy,
I've heard of it.
Mike told us a secret to making better chocolate. That was cool.
Makes a worthwhile trip to Casper.
Oh yeah, it's a must.
I'm teasing
stop.
Casper, folks. You hear me?
No, it's a must stop. I mean, it is a reason to go to Casper.
You bet. There's a lot of other reasons. I just
Texas Roadhouse, and the Come On In. That's in Evansville. But yeah.
Yeah. I remember Lou Talbot's. So we used to go down there to get our Wranglers and boots and
yeah.
It was that was a big shopping spree.
Yeah.
Back in the day. I say down there. At that time I remember going up there from Wheatland, where we lived, and then down there after we got to Sheridan in the late 70s. So yeah, I didn't even look at the forecast yet. Is it going to be a nice weekend? What do we got in store? You're the man of the know, Mr. Media.
It's going to be pretty good. Little dicey, but pretty good Saturday for sure. Tomorrow, Sunday may start to get
good. I've got 3 showings to do here in my other life. Real estate agent. So very exciting.
Got it. Your Sheridan Bronx, by the way, going to face their biggest test, their toughest test of the year. If they want to keep that unbeaten streak going.
1-2.
Yes, the one they're facing the number 2 team. That's going to be a good ball game. Woo.
Well, the last week I said this to my wife as the sports prognosticator that I am.
Yeah,
I said I'm kind of glad they got that big test from the Tigers, Rock Springs, last Friday, because that could have put the reality of you got to show up every week because every team in this state wants to beat your rear end because you've got 50 straight wins and 4 straight state championships. Everybody wants to beat you. They're going to play their best game. And maybe that scare, what they won by, I think, just a touchdown.
Yeah, 14-7. That was a scare.
Yeah. And so maybe that happening before this game was probably the best thing that could have happened. A wake-up call. It is so funny. I've told you before, I live earshot from the practice field, and they were out there the other day jamming. They mixed up the music that they practice to a little bit better. They'll throw in a little AC/DC, for the old man, but then here comes the rap. Eventually, and it's time to close the windows.
Yeah, well, whatever gets you jacked up to take on Campbell County, that's going to be a good game.
It's going to be a good one.
Kicks
you betcha.
Off 6 o'clock tonight, Sheridan Campbell, and
should be good weather for it. Perfect football weather.
Yeah, yep.
Right on. Well, this my show tomorrow. Let's go. It's another one that I'm very pleased with. It has come together. I like it when it comes together. You can relate. One of the few, when you got this is happening. I want to talk to him, her, but everybody's got a life. They've got family stuff going on, and here's Bag showing up. Hey, how about doing a live hour of podcast / talk radio on Saturday morning? And it makes me very appreciative of everybody that will do it.
I don't know how much you're able to pay your guests, what your budget is for Saturday, but it's hard to do, Bags, I know. But you got them lined up.
Well, I got it. So first hour, 6 o'clock. Remember, I'm 6 to 10 on Saturdays.
Yeah.
Every Saturday. Wendell Smith, he is the this region's director of the Fellowship of Christian Athletes organization. Here in Wyoming, very active organization. I was heavily involved with it for a long time in Denver. And then I kind of, as my life changed and we traveled north into God's country, I wasn't involved. Then I met Wendell. And Wendell sings at our church. My wife sings in our church choir, and so does Wendell. So it was inevitable that we would meet. And extremely impressive guy. First of all, a wonderful baritone voice. But number two, he's a very credible and incredibly dedicated to the Fellowship of Christian Athletes, FCA, which is a faith-based organization that is organized around sports and around youth and all kinds of activities, and membership in it is exploding all over the state. So we're going to talk about FCA, not just here in the Sheridan area, but statewide. Fellowship of Christian Athletes with Wendell Smith. In the 7 o'clock hour, very good friend of mine. He was talk show host, Afternoon Drive at KNUS in Denver. He was on KOA radio. Everybody knows who he is in media in Denver. He transitioned into being the press outlet for the DEA recently, but he also just did battle with cancer and reigned victorious over it. And he's one of my best friends, love him the whole world. And I asked him if he would talk to us about overcoming cancer and his battle and what that was like and so forth. Kind of talked him into it. He was a little reluctant, but I think everybody, would want to hear this story. Very inspiring, his effort, and especially encouraging people to know their PSA number. It's definitely what he would advise. So I'm going to have Stefan on in the 7 o'clock hour. Then this one's kind of interesting because I'm in that phase of life. This woman, her name is Tony King, and she hosts a podcast on Medicare. The Medicare mistakes, Medicare misinformation, because your buddy Bags is 64 years old, full disclosure. I'm right on the cusp, right?
Yeah.
So I am, like many other people, very curious. I also do my research, all this stuff that a younger generation needs to know as they're preparing and aging, what they should do, what they should know going into the point of life, the stage of life that you're all going to get to eventually. And I almost shocking at times when I realize it's me. So Tony's gonna come on, and she's wonderful. She was 20 some years in the insurance business, right? And what she does now is she advises and gives Medicare advice to folks. So I'm gonna have Tony on. I've got to get serious for a little while, and then 9 o'clock I get to have a little fun. We're going to do an interview. Beautiful woman, extremely talented, budding country music star. Her name is Tara Jennings, and she is wonderfully talented. She just did an album, and she did like her first release of songs, and I'm going to get her on and have her play some of her music and introduce her and find out. She just, like I said, got out of the studio, so she's had that very fresh experience of producing an album and some wonderful songs. I've got to hear the songs in advance. I'll share them tomorrow. Her name is Tara Jennings. She's down in Texas, and I know her through a Wyoming connection, and got to hear her voice and said, all right, I'm going to do that. That'll be my way to indulge it again, hang out with some talented people for an hour and share Tara Jennings with my audience. So it's all over the place, brother, as it usually is.
Well, your book ended by two people that sing like a bird. You're going to start out with the baritone of, yeah, and that's
right.
I'm so great when Christian athlete movement. You and I like to see that. There was a time where if you took a knee to pray after a football game, you'd have people complaining and saying that's
Yes.
not right. And now, I mean, I love to see that stuff. I love to see it at the forefront.
I was very much, a Tim Tebow fan.
Yes.
And if you recall, he would all by himself after a good play or a touchdown, he would run to the end zone and get on a knee, and that was like,
Yeah.
oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And now I'm watching ball games. I'm watching college. I watch college. Ridiculous how much college football I watch. And in some cases, whole teams, and then the other team will join them in the end zone on a knee and praising God. And now it's the pendulum has swung so far back the other way. And Tim Tebow's era, it was don't you dare.
I know it. And I love, like, in a post-game interview, the ESPN reporter will say, that was, the star running back. Great game you had today. And the running back will say, well, I got to give credit to, what, your offensive line? No, God.
They try to, or they cut them off.
Right,
Now let's go to the one. That happened. And again, that's today it's changed, and it's for the better as far as I'm concerned. And I'm sure there's people out there who just don't want to see, displays of religion.
Yeah.
And they're welcome to have that, disposition. It's just not mine. And I appreciate it when I see it. And I think that starting out with, instead of, patting themselves on the back, they start out by praising their God and showing some gratitude. So, I'm good. I'm all right with that. And of course, FCA, all kinds of mentoring and building up character and teaching young people to be leaders, etc. Like I said, I was involved in it in Denver, and man, it was, and it's grown leaps and bounds since then. But I was very impressed with their goals and what they did. It was, sure, there was a big, Christian faith base to it, but there was also very much dedicated to the leadership aspect of sports.
Yeah, and the second hour of the Bag Show tomorrow, I'll be interested to hear how Stefan made the pivot to go from radio to media to the other side, the ones who give media information, hopefully, the PIO for the DEA.
Yeah, he went right from being an afternoon drive talk show host into this. But he had for a long time covered, a lot of the he was a correspondent for ABC News on the West Coast before he got to Denver to be a morning show anchor and a reporter. And so he had those contacts, for a long time. And him and I stay in touch. I love him like a brother. And when he was pivoting, as you described it, he was just ready to kind of walk away from radio for a while. And then this opportunity, and he's perfect. If you want a spokesperson, get an old radio guy who, can get up there and yap his brains out nonstop. But he's very credible. And I'm just appreciative that he's willing to share his story of beating cancer. And you'll get to hear it.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. Tony King, we've had on this show, and the one thing, as soon as the interview was over, I was like, I wish we had more time with her, because she does navigate the world of Medicare like nobody else. And she says you could really make some $1,000 mistakes. Like you need to know what you're doing if you're of the age. So listen to Tony.
When I got into her, doing my little research on her, I was just thankful that the timing of this, 64 and a half, and here it goes. The things that I've learned from her, she sent me some material. I almost like, I said to Deb, wow, glad this is happening before we get into our decision making on when we're going to explore Medicare. So yeah, come learn something with me tomorrow in that 8 o'clock hour.
And then we're going to get introduced to the next country music star. She's down in Texas. Fresh
I
out.
think so. I think she's wonderful. She's beautiful, very talented, sweet, sweet voice. Got that little country twang to it. She's got that little Texas thing going on. And I teased my friend who's her husband that, boy, he talk about out kicking your coverage.
Yeah. He married
with finding
up.
a beautiful, talented woman. He'll know what I'm talking about. And I can relate. So.
All right, buddy.
Well, hey man, like I said, sorry I haven't heard any of your show. I'll keep it on for the rest of the show. You got about 15 minutes of your show left.
Yeah.
And it better be good because I'm going to hang out and listen to it.
It's going to be my 15-minute goodbye. Thank goodness it's the weekend. Yeah, I'm just going to celebrate.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. Hey, and go Bronx.
Go Bronx.
Sorry, Campbell County.
And go both Bronx. Yeah, your Bronx wearing the yellow.
Broncos.
And then my Bronx are home against Powell.
Oh,
so
that's
that'll
right.
be fun. Okay.
I forget that Jackson is about Cody as well.
And then the Cody, it's Bronx everywhere.
All right, go Bronx, all of you, and Broncos.
Go all you Bronx. All right, man. Have a great show, Bags.
Hey, you too. Have a great weekend. Talk to you again.
All right, buddy. Cowboy State Daily Show. One last break. We'll be right back.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Back to it, Cowboy State Daily on a finally Friday. And man, I'm going to leave a vapor trail getting out of the studio in about 12 minutes. Been a long week. Let's real quick recap high school football tonight, Friday night under the lights. Here's what it looks like across the Cowboy State. Bags and I were talking about the Sheridan Broncs, top-ranked Sheridan in the 4A. They kick off at 6. This one is in Campbell's house as the Camels and the Broncs get after it. And Sheridan, of course, protecting the longest winning streak in Wyoming currently, and one of the longest ever in high school football. They're going on, I don't know. Sheridan has not lost since they started wearing face masks. Since they were leather helmet era, Sheridan's just been winning and winning and winning. And whether it's AC/DC or rap music during the practice to credit, I don't know, but that's a good organization over there. And don't think Campbell's not laying in wait for them, man. They're looking for a trap game. Number 2 ranked Campbell County would love to knock off Sheridan. Everybody wants to be the team that ends that streak. Rock Springs visits 3rd-ranked Cheyenne East. That's a 6 o'clock kick. Elsewhere in the 4A, 4th-ranked Cheyenne Central at Kelly Walsh and poor Cheyenne South. I just put the word poor before Cheyenne South because this team, as long as Sheridan's been winning, that's how long South has been losing. Oh, one of these days they'll get a win. They travel to Natrona County to take on 5th-ranked Natrona. Laramie at Thunder. All 6 o'clock starts in the 4A. In the 3A, Powell visits Jackson. 5 o'clock kick, and I'll have the call for that as the Broncs and Panthers get it on. Powell's having a tough time. That's a young team. They graduated everybody last year, and they've been getting kicked around pretty good. Evanston will visit top-ranked Star Valley. 6 o'clock kick on that one. Number 2-ranked Cody, those other Broncs, will visit Green River. That'll be an interesting game. Green River is suddenly feeling the ropes. The Wolves are not to be messed with. They're pretty good. They haven't made the playoffs since 2017, so they're just itching to get in there and disrupt everybody's postseason plans. Torrington visits Riverton. That's another team on the upsurge. Riverton Wolverines are legit, y'all. Torrington is walking into a wasp nest in Riverton today. 6 o'clock kick there. Buffalo at Douglas. 7 o'clock kick in that game. And in the 2A, Thermopolis and Mountain View, that'll be a good one. Ranked 3 and 2 ranked teams going at it in Mountain View. 3 o'clock start for that. Kemmer at Lovell. Cokeville visits Worland. 2 5 o'clock kicks for that. And top-ranked Bighorn travels to Tongue River. Newcastle at number 5th-ranked Burns and Moorcroft at Wheatland. That's Friday night under the lights across the state, and should be pretty good weather for everybody. Although if you have a passing attack, you might be at a disadvantage. It's going to be windy everywhere. Maybe you want to run the ball a little. Speaking of sports, I love this story. Now hold on. It doesn't have to do too much with sports. If you're not a sports person, this is the kind of story we need more of every day. A real feel-good story out of Oklahoma. I read the story in The Guardian about an Oklahoma girls basketball team that played in a championship game, and they won. Everybody excited. The Academy, the name of the school is the Oklahoma what is the name of their school? Academy of Classical Christian Studies. Not the most exciting basketball name. I don't know what their mascot is, but these girls played a game against Apache High School, And they won in a thriller, 44-43. Last second shot by Academy goes in at the buzzer beater, and Academy wins, and they're all excited. But there was something that kept bothering the coach of the team. There was early in the game a timeout and a snafu over the scoreboard early, like in the first quarter. And both coaches, the referees stopped and they went to the scoreboard operator. They're like, did you put that shot up there? And that it turned out that early in that game, the scoreboard operator had messed up. And it does happen. I've seen it happen a lot. And that wasn't really the score. So the coach of Academy, the winning team, went back and she said, I still don't feel right about that game. And went back and watched the whole game and counted every basket. And horrifyingly found out that we didn't win. The real score was 43-42. Apache High won the game. So the coach gathered the players. He approached his team and he said, girls, I got bad news. We did not win that game. And in the rules of high school, wherever this, in Oklahoma Secondary Schools Activity Association, their rules say once a game is finished, and the score becomes permanent, there's no way to change the outcome. That's it. Academy wins. Academy are the champions. And it would take an act of the school, and that's exactly what happened. The coach said, girls, we didn't win that game. What do you want to do? And they said, well, let's bring the trophy over to Apache and tell them. And they met with the Apache head coach. They brought the championship plaque, the trophy, and they hand-delivered it to Apache High School, and they said, you won. We found out that we really didn't win it. There was a scoreboard operator error, and I mean, how big is that to give up your championship and do the right thing? You don't see it every day. And that happened, that story in the Guardian. Oklahoma girls basketball team returns championship after realizing they lost. Wow. I love that. Let's do a little bit of this day in history. This day, October 17th, 1835, the Texas Rangers were formed. The famed Texas Ranger. When you want a job done, when you want to, our version of the Mounties, the Canadian Royal Mount is Texas Rangers. No nonsense lawmen. 1835, the Rangers were formed on this day. And speaking of Texas, 1844 on this day, the Republic of Texas issued a passport for the widow of Ben Ash, the deceased chief of the Batiste village of Coshada Indians. The passport was handwritten by Sam Houston himself. 1901 this day, the Autee stage line between Buffalo and Sheridan commenced operating. I don't know if Bags can go back that far. Does you remember the 1901 AUTI? I hope I'm pronouncing it right. The Autee stage line between Buffalo and Sheridan commenced operating. 1937, University of Wyoming Board of Trustees approved a contract for the construction of Student Union. 1937. And in the story, I'm still yet to verify. This day, 1945, an 11-year-old girl who was not named in this, where I get my info from the day in history, and just a random 11-year-old girl shot a 700-pound bear with a .22 near Worland. And if you're not familiar with calibers, a .22 would be like your squirrel gun, girl gun. And the ability to kill a bear with it is nearly impossible. It would have to be a 1 in a million perfect shot. Now, the reason I wonder about this is the girl's not named. So I'm trying to find a newspaper from 1945, Wyoming, Worland in specific, to verify this because I wonder if you were to Google and look up girl shoots bear with 22, girl kills bear, what you'll get is a well-known story, documented, and in fact appears in the Cowboy State Daily and elsewhere, about a 63-year-old grandmother in Canada. She was a member of the Cree, the proud Cree Nation. And her name is Bella Twin. And she did kill a grizzly bear in 1953 with a 22. And she poses in the story with the gun. And it was just an incredibly lucky shot, I guess. She was a good shot. And she knew bears and she knew where to shoot it. And killed a grizzly with one shot from a 22. Bella Twin. This story from 1953. So I wonder if this wasn't a case of similar stories kind of morphing. I'm not sure, but I'm going to go see if I can find out what 11-year-old shot a 700-pound bear with a 22 in 1945. This is also the anniversary of the famed Black 14, University of Wyoming Cowboy football, 1969, one of the most memorable events in Wyoming sports and social history, occurred when all 14 black players on the 1969 Wyoming Cowboy football team walked into head coach Lloyd Eaton's office wearing black armbands and saying that they did not want to play against BYU. They were protesting the Mormon Church policy against blacks, which, by the way, the Mormon Church would change their policy in 1978, I believe. But it was known as, the Black 14. Famous incident. It happened on this day in history in 1960. When did I say? 1969. That's going to do it for us at the Cowboy State Daily. We out of time. We'll see you first thing Monday. Have a great weekend. Enjoy your Buddy Beggs Saturday. That should be a great show tomorrow.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming